Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, May the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. I'm looking for a couple of yeses. There we go. One yes. Okay, I'm assuming you can hear me and you can see my screen. All right, guys. Wow. Well, if I'd had a script to talk about at about 8:29 plus 59 seconds, had to throw that one out. So CPI came out at 8:30, and look what happened to the market. Look at the SPY. What a move down. I mean, the SPY was up about six, and now it's down 3.7. So that's about a 9-point swing, maybe even a 10-point swing. And that was the CPI. Came out at 8:30, and that has tanked most stocks. A lot of the stocks that I was looking at, a lot of my thumbnail charts from yesterday, all have this big red candle. So let's take a look at individual stocks. Coin, I mean, man, if I had ever, I really thought about shorting this one as a swing short. We talked, I know you guys have been talking about it for quite a while now. When it broke down through 100 a couple of days ago, I thought, man, this is really just like what's going to prop it up. I fully admit what's going on with this stable coin and the others. I really don't get it. All I know it's bad. So anyway, look at coin. On the positive, well, and you take a look at Unity. Unity is just getting clobbered right now on earnings. 33%. Wow. Clobbered on earnings. It's an all-time low now. U is an all-time low. On the upside, VERU, they did receive FDI. Let's see, FDI. FDA granted them a EUA, and this is a COVID play. Emergency use application. Okay, so this is a COVID play. So a little bit of hope for Viru. Playboy, BLBY had earnings. Little gap up, at least it had gapped up, but like a lot of stocks, when that CPI hit, a lot of stocks moved down. But Playboy had a big gap up after hours, pretty big gap up after hours, but now slowly sinking. The ones I'm showing you right now. When I first looked at them, they had gapped up. See what's happening. GSM has actually held. GSM has actually held. It got up to the 200-day moving average, came off it, but now it's above the 200-day moving average again. Don't see any specific. Okay, after the company report, it is an earnings play. I'm sorry, this is an earnings play released after hours. So this is an earnings play, and it's held. GSM has actually held. Did not get whacked by this big down move in the SPY. I don't understand this one at all. This RBLX. Don't understand it. Oh, not RBLX, sorry. RBLX. I do understand this is an earnings play. So starting to move down. All-time low. RBLX, all-time low. It was the red box. That's RDBX. Well, I understand the concept of getting bought out, but you're sitting up here at 550, and when I read the press release, so they're being bought out by Chicken Soup, CSSE. Now, usually, okay, so I know it's pegged to the CSSE share price, but usually there's a premium. So, and what surprises me is that this was voted almost unanimously by both companies. There's just something I'm not understanding. I mean, why am I going to agree to this? If I'm a shareholder, I mean, and I'm sitting at 578, why am I going to agree to a buyout down here? Anyway, it's kind of weird to me. There's got to be some other explanation. CELH. It hold its gap. Not bad. Not bad. It's holding its gap. Another earnings play released after hours. That's that mauve area right here. So another earnings play did not completely tank like the spot with the SPY. Ooh, now this one, I saw this one after hours. RCUS, Arcus. So they had earnings on the 9th, but this is not the, and actually had a decent reaction to earnings. But I guess Roche, um, it's a sympathy play to whatever happened with Roche, lung cancer treatment. So Roche's lung cancer treatment fails in a clinical trial. Likely contributing to steep pre-market losses for Arcus and ITOS. I didn't see ITOS. Yeah, look at ITOS also, not as much volume. Wow, look at ITOS. Oh, I mean, another one, almost an all-time low. So ITOS and RCUS are being affected by Roche. ONDS is a gap down earnings play, getting another one closer to an all-time low. Yeti, you make the mugs and things like that, thermoses, maybe probably other things too, but Yeti is an earnings play, not bad. I mean, probably got affected by the SPY, but it's still up a little bit. Will I be fading these though? This was very low volume. A China stock, ZLab, a China stock. It's an earnings play, low volume, but it is up 12%. So once the market opens, let's see how this one trades. This is shortable for me. This is shortable for me. Yeah, you mentioned Bitcoin, so I just threw up Mara here. I mean Mara and Riot. Take your pick. Getting closer, and it's unbelievable, isn't it? Getting closer and closer to that all-time low for Mara and Riot. Let's take a look at Riot. Of course, wow, Riot and Mara. I mentioned Unity. What is Unity doing right now? Unity software. So another earnings play. Wow, down 30%. Not a low float. 182 million. But it's an all-time low. All-time low. Fever. FVRR. FVRR. Another earnings play getting closer to an all-time low. Israeli company. Now, yesterday's big drop, but it had a huge pop for a lot of people who took it, but it's moving down again yet, and that is a UPST. Actually, this is not the one that had the huge pop. UPST, but it is gapping down again. This was an earnings play. Pega was the one that had the huge recovery, but it is down today. Again, Pega, PEGA, had that $2 billion. I'm just looking to see if company, I'm just looking to see if the company is coming out and saying, you know what, we're going to contest this. I don't see that. I can't believe they're not going to. And some other news coming out, they could see a bigger hit from the verdict. Here we go. Yeah. It vows to appeal. Okay. Anyway, so it'll be wild again today. Pega will be wild again today, PEGA. And I know it's not Rocket Mortgage anymore, it's Rocket Companies, but man, look at this one. Another all-time low now for Rocket, RKT, and this is an earnings play. Ha. So I just find it incredible because I mean, before they went public, I mean, I'm sure most of you used to see the ads for Rocket Mortgage. So many for so many years. This looked like a can't miss. It missed. And this day here, this was just this is when the memers got a hold of it. I know this is a monthly chart, but I think this was only 1 day, 1 or 2 days. But look at this, all-time low now for RKT. I mean, I understand mortgages, etc. right now, not the place to be, but this was already slip sliding away well before all that. And when I first looked, uranium was having a big day. But my guess is, yeah, same thing. Uranium, looking at some of the uranium stocks, I was looking at the ETF, which is URA, and it was all positive. And then those CPI numbers came out, and look at this. Tanked so many stocks, so many stocks. Well, let me take a look to see what the analysts are saying in terms of upgrades and downgrades. I'm going to check briefing.com right now. All right, I'll start typing these in. And as always, I'm looking for a stock with, say, multiple upgrades or downgrades. But we're not seeing anything on the upside. Coin. She keeps repeating it over and over. This is my text to voice as it keeps making new low after new low after new low. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com this morning. What I'm really looking for, wait a moment, there's one more. What I'm really looking for now on the downgrades, I want to see if there's multiple downgrades, even though, wow, look at LDI. What is LDI doing? LDI is, why are they caring about Loan Depot? Citigroup and Piper Sandler. I mean, it's so cheap now. What are you trying to do to them? Anyway, let me get some of these downgrades in. UPST's multiple downgrades still. UPST. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. And again, multiple downgrades for this one, LDI, but it's so cheap right now. It's almost an all-time low. But you never know. It's like that, the ENBK, which is having a little bounce today, which was just a fantastic short. ENBK, sorry. ENBK was a fantastic short yesterday. I didn't take full advantage of it, But, you know, other than one little jog up, it basically sold off for the entire day. That came in the 10-day daily breakdown. So again, we have multiple downgrades for UPST again. So again, close to that all-time low, which was yesterday, of course. Boy, coin. And this is what I'm talking about. I've got text to voice on my gap down, so all I hear her saying is coin over and over again. INVZ is actually an earnings play. INVZ is an earnings play. Oh, we're all over this one a while back. So I took no pre-market trades today. No pre-market trades today. So typically I will sit out the first 15 minutes at least. The only time I'll take a trade in the first 15, and it's not a guarantee, of course, but is if I get something in the 10-day daily breakdown, which is also making a lifetime low. All right, JMIA. Wow, look at this price of JMIA. It's got to be an all-time low, almost. JMIA. Looks so obvious up here, you know, that this so many stocks in this month right here, February of 2021, topped out. Stocks like this. At one point, I saw LI, NIO, and XPAV were all shooting higher, but then this happened. Of course, that was the CPI numbers. Actually, this is earlier than that. That was at 8 o'clock because the CPI came out at 8:30. Yeah, 8:30. So this was actually earlier than that. Just looking at Kathy's ARKK, of course, got hit at 8:30 also. RKT, guys, another new low, all-time low. And it's through the whole number. It's just down 10% now, just down 10%. So I'm watching this one to see how well it holds under 7. I may take a short just because it's down that 10%. But it's up to you, of course. But if I don't do it right now, I may not get it once the market's open. I'm just trying to see how well it's holding under. Might be just a scalp short. I don't know. Because I'll wait for the market to open. I may not get it. Actually, there are only 15,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. Interesting. Yeah, the spread got a little wide now on the Rocket RKT 693. Well, it was at 705. I may just have to forget about it, but again, this if holds under 7, nothing's holding it up, of course. I mean, it's an all-time low, so no chart support. That's what I mean. There's no chart support. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. I'm sure it would have been interesting for me to look at them at, again, 8:29 and 59 seconds before the CPI numbers came out. But I'm sure this is a complete turnaround now. Now, energy probably is 100%. All the stocks were up. Yeah, there's 100%. So what you're seeing here, these are, I know I repeat myself every day, but I mean, there are new people coming into the room all the time. So what you're seeing here are the major sectors. So for instance, here's the energy sector. XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100%, what that means is 100% of them are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. Which makes sense because oil had a pop overnight, or it's popping now. I guess there's really no cutoff to when that can happen, but it's up now. So now, again, if I had looked, just before the CPI numbers came out, my guess is that technology would have been up here in the 80s, communication probably in the 70s, etc. So there is no strong sector other than oil right now or energy right now. There's nothing over 50%. And so again, technology weakening. Now, again, the interesting thing, try to remember this because in about probably about 10 o'clock, what I'll do is I'm going to bring up the same channel, except it will look at the stocks at their change from the open, which gives you obviously a better picture of what's really happening. The change from the open. Remember, this is the change from the close. But when so a stock could be way down, could be below its close. But if it's starting to rally during the day, and you just check to see the stocks that are below the close, you wouldn't really see that one. So the open is way more important in my opinion. Change from the open. Again, you could have a stock rallying that could still be down for the day, but is having a tremendous run. So that's what we'll take a look at this at around 10 o'clock and see what the difference is. So try to remember all this, especially the energy. Okay, mini rally in the SPY. Mini rally. SPY's almost flat now, but remember, SPY was up about 6.5, I think, 6.5 up here before this hit, but trying to have a rally now. So the SPY is, I mean, it's still down, but it's not down. It looks like it's down worse than it really is because, of course, it had a big pop pre-market before this hit. All right, I did notice this one, this purple, PRPL, Purple Innovation. It is an earnings play. Yeah, it's kind of holding actually. It did not get affected by that SPY downturn. So purple is holding PRPL. My issue with it is, I just look at all these little areas on the daily chart where it could stall. It's not a low float. So it's going to take, a bunch I mean, it's not high, excuse me, it's not incredibly high, but it's going to take a bunch to keep moving this. I mean, it's up 15%, but you just kind of look at the chart and you see between here and 4, to me, looks like there's a lot of resistance. So I just don't know what we'll get out of it. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so that's good to know. Yeah, they don't want us to touch Rocket yet, guys. 686,707 is the bid ask for Rocket, RKT. See, it's untradeable right now. Again, when I say that, I'm sort of in jest, but I mean, when you have a bid of 689 and an ask of 707, I mean, they're basically saying, daring you to trade it. HNRV, I'm not sure I have that one, but you know what it'll do? Halted. HNV, HNVR, okay. Well, I'll put a price alert. And you said a million? And probably very low priced. I remember if I mentioned Switch, SWCH. It is an earnings play, SWCH. This looks like a buyout. Okay, so this, it's an earnings. Okay, I didn't see the buyout. I just saw the earnings play. I saw this. So Switch is being bought out. SWCH, $11 billion take private deal. Taken private by Digital Bridge Group in an all cash deal. So that's the reason. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that buyout was announced. I see it at around 7:43, just before this. All right, market's going to open in less than a minute. In fact, in about 20 seconds or so. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let's see what happens. Maybe we'll have a rally after that big drop. And if you're new to trading, I probably wouldn't trade for the first 30 minutes. I would just sit it out. Okay, if you're new to trading, try to let things settle down a little bit. Always opportunities during the day. Yeah, you'll miss those ones that are rocket ships right from the beginning. You just have to deal with that, okay? Okay, let's take a look at what is happening. Okay, so U is showing up right now. Now, I would say that would have been too quick to get. The alert was at 3192, 3192. It's dropped $1 since then, but it is early, but it is an all-time low, but I'm going to wait to see if it pulls up a bit. This is what I'm talking about. 31.92 was the alert. Now, the other thing is typically the ones that I like, yes, I know I said I like the ones that, I could take a trade in the first 15 minutes if it came from the 10-day daily breakdown and if it was an all-time low. Typically, I like them a little cheaper because I find the ones that are like this can kind of, bounce around a bit in that price range. But let's watch it. 31.92 was the alert. We have some bottoming tails. Okay, the market is lo and behold, Dow is actually up. Nas is down a little. SPY is up. Market putting in a little recovery here. We've got 30 minutes. Now this opening candle. And we have our first halt of the day, OLPX. OLPX just got halted. OLPX on the way up. This is an earnings play. Well, I'm glad I didn't try to short rocket in the beginning. Well, you know what? I mean, that the spread kept me out, which is a good thing. All right, Carvana is showing up also in that 10-day daily breakdown. It is not an all-time low. CVNA. Wow. Very glad I did not short that rocket. Oh man. CVNA. Okay, so CVNA and another one is showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Another more expensive one, not quite an all-time low. FVRR. Wow, this one though, 30.03. Wow, it's already a dollar drop. Spreads are a little tough though. That's the problem with some of these. Some of the ones that are a little more expensive at the beginning of the day, the spreads can be a little tough to commit to, and that can be a problem. Whereas the cheaper ones, usually the spreads are a lot tighter. Just another reason for maybe not trading right off the bat. RKT is halted. Yes, Jamie, it is halted. RKT is halted. Another one, guys, all-time low, BIRD not showing up yet in my scanner. The reason why it's not down 40 cents from the open, but this is an all-time low, BIRD. Okay, so now we've got a sell-off in that was a green candle. That opening SPY candle was green, but now it is red. The red box is halted now, halted on the way up. Red box now is halted on the way up. RDBX. I don't get this this thing at all. This buyout by CSSE at the prices they're doing it at. All right, here's another earnings play, guys. Skin, S-K-I-N, Skin. And the low yesterday was 1076, so this has got some room on the way down. But again, it is early. Another little disaster earnings play, and almost an all-time low for Eno, I-N-O, almost an all-time low for Eno, I-N-O. AMC off its rocker, that probably means down. Yeah. Well, as I said yesterday, I mean, it had earnings, the reaction to earnings was, okay, kind of, but not really. And so again, the only thing propping this up is if the memers get a hold of it again. That's the only thing that can possibly prop this up. And that's the problem. You never know. All right, guys, GDRX. This is another one that had a disaster earnings yesterday. Did not give me what I wanted. It actually rallied for most of the day, but is now at the low of yesterday. And basically, that'll be an all-time low for GDRX. This could be the one today then that's just going to keep it moving down. What time is it? Price is 733. So 733 takes that out. I'm going to stick an alert around 728 and see if it takes it out. Again, that would be an all-time low. All right, Wendy's is an earnings play on the way down. Not an all-time low. Again, they don't all have to be all-time lows, of course, but now take a look left on the monthly chart. 1234 is the next low on the monthly chart. So this Wendy's has room. It does have some room. And when I say room, I'm talking about before it hits. Let's back this up on the weekly to make sure. So 1593 is that area. Let's see. 16 is the next low looking left on the weekly chart. If that doesn't hold it, then the next low is 1353. So takes out 16, it's got room underneath until it hits the next low. So I'd be putting an alert for this one, maybe around 1593 for Wendy's, WEN, and see if it takes that out again. So Rocket resumed, RKT resumed, and on the way down, it got halted. Okay, Wendy's. Okay, Wendy's, are you going to move down? Yeah, still kind of erratic. Needs to really, really take out that 15, that 16. Okay, okay. Spread's good. Start to drop. Talking about WEN. Mentioned skin. Did I mention skin earlier? I think I did. Skin earnings play. Now this is an all-time low for skin. Look at this. All-time low now for skin. Another disaster IPO. OLPX, guys, is it moving up or down? Wow, it's moving up. Okay, so we got that halt. At 12.75, so it's $1 above the halt. It resumed, and now it is starting to move, and it is an earnings play. OLPX. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Okay, Wendy's is trying again. WEN. We have another halt now, guys. CVNA halted on the way up or halted on the way down. So CVNA just got halted on the way up. CVNA, very choppy action so far for it. Oh, skin showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown too. Okay, I'm trying this Wendy's short. Okay, I've got a pretty good feel. 1590 is it gets anywhere close to 16, I'm out. It's just be too choppy for me. So 1590 on the Wendy's short. DM having a bit of a bounce today, guys. The reason I see it is in my option scanner, which, well, look at the market here. Yeah, Wendy's looks like it's moving with the market too. It's not moving independently enough off its earnings release. So we're getting a lot of bounces now in the market. Look at this market trying to come all the way back now. Yeah, so I'm out of the Wendy's, guys. You know, I don't. It's trading too much like the market. You know, I want these things to be trading really on their own. So I'm out of the Wendy's for a little loss. WEN. Only way I'll look at it again is if it takes out that low again down in this area. All right, now yesterday we had some fantastic alerts from my gap continuation or reverse multi-strategy window. All right, so what we're seeing here, if this market holds kind of like this, we could see a lot of gap down and reversals. So for instance, Well, look at Redbox as an example. RDBX is a gap down and reverse. ICL, gap down and reverse. Another earnings play, ICL. Now, yesterday, of course, we saw so many at the beginning of the day, stocks that had gapped up because the market was way up in the pre-market. We saw a lot of gap up and reversals as the market fell. Another gap down and reverse for Ryerson, RYI. Gap down and reverse for Ruckus, RCUS. This is an earnings play. I guess it's not an earnings play. I'm sorry. This is well, it was an earnings play in the 9th, actually the 10th. So it was an earnings play yesterday. Did okay, but getting hit because of Roche's studies, and I guess the same sector. So again, this is more, it's not specific bad news for RCUS. It's just kind of lumped in with what happened with Roche. So this could have a bit of a bounce, guys. This could have a bounce. What do you think, William? You're our bio expert. I don't mean about the bounce, but I mean their balance sheet and all that stuff. What do I think of you? What do I think of you? Well, if it's going to bounce, I guess taking a 32.65 or so, I'm just looking at a 5-minute chart, if that's what you're looking at. Bounce more, but it could stall right there around 32.65. But I mean, it's a horrible earnings play. That's still down 33%. But we saw a lot of these yesterday that just, had nice bounces. But, look what the market's doing. Wow, the market is just recovering like nothing happened. So DADA showed up in our option scan, not the option scanner, but the AI. So the next high looking left is 675. So it's got a little bit of room still. So I think the China stocks are bouncing. Somebody put in one of those China ETFs. So the China stocks look like they're bouncing. Very glad to have gotten out of my Wendy short. Very glad. You take a trade, you have to have a plan. You have to have a plan. Short 15.90. I was up about a dime, but of course I'm looking for a lot more. But when the market started doing this, you know what? A lot of these things look like they're going to start to bounce. So the closer it got back up to 16, that got me out. Thinking again, if there's been a momentary blip in the SPY moving up, I could always get back into the trade later on if I wanted to. You halted, yes, you halted now on the way up. So it took out that area I was talking about, 32.70. Well, it's pretty amazing, guys. Look at this rally. We've got almost a 1 hour rally from the CPI coming out at 8:30. And a bit of a shock to the market. And now we've had basically a 1 hour rally, getting close to the highs in the pre-market. Yeah, coin. Well, lot of stocks just popping now. BHC now. I know you mentioned it, IJ. Yes, I know. BHC is over 10 now. The high yesterday was 1071, so it's still got some room until it hits that high of yesterday. BHC, of course, it was an earnings play. Had a pretty decent recovery also yesterday. Yeah, the CPI came out. CPI numbers came out, Roger, at 8:30 Eastern time. So the number was a little worse than what the analysts expected. So the market got clobbered on that news. Well, you know, when the market opened, this one was starting to sink, RBLX, but now it's had a beautiful pop here. A lot of stocks are looking like this now, just following, tracking the market. Another one that was just hammered yesterday is a firm, AFRM. Now, this is an earnings play after hours tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, May 12th post market. So it's an earnings play after hours tomorrow. All right, interesting. This is shortable for me, the OLPX. This is shortable. Lots of shares, 2.6 million shares. A couple of topping tails here. It's already dropped from 1380 or so, 1390 or so. Give me a moment here. Again, my Bluetooth keeps getting disconnected. Might be my headset when I'm using. Just give me a moment. All right, give me a moment. All right, I'm back. All right, guys. Well, at least I got a little short of this OLPX. I was surprised to see how many shares were available. It's probably a scalp short. I don't think it's going to get down below 13, but you opened. So for nothing in your, maybe because of my filters, but nothing in your bounce plays or topping plays that I can see. So Redbox got halted again on the way up. I mean, somebody's got to explain to me this. This is the craziest buyout I've seen. So Redbox halted again. RDBX halted again. No, okay, so this ITOS is linked to the Roche. This is down now. Wow, this is an all-time low. All-time low now for this one. ITOS, all-time low. And again, it's linked to Roche that had bad results for their, I guess they must be in the same sector. I don't think they're partners or anything, but wow. Falcon, I have no idea. I honestly don't. I really don't pay too much attention to market maker conspiracies and all that. I really don't. I mean, you'll get websites that are going to be all over them, but I don't know. I really don't pay any attention to it. Doesn't seem to affect the way I trade. So, oh, yeah, I don't know about that. I think that the market is still. I mean, yeah, there's a topping tail there, but see what we'd like to see. Well, let the market settle down a bit, okay? Don't want to see these wide green candles. They just attract the short sellers, of course. Just sort of settle down a little bit. All right, so this is these are the guys buying Redbox, CSSE. This is the company buying Redbox. You just got to be careful with this one. Again, we have a float of 549,000 now. It's hard to believe it's that low, but that's the situation with this Sky Age. So it's going to be can be all over the place. Look at the 5-minute chart. Look at the topping tails and bottoming tails chopping around. Yeah, it's inching down. I'm just watching to see if it can get down closer to 13 OLPX. I really wish I'd see. I did see it up here, but I wish I'd shorted it a little bit higher. But I'm just amazed how many shorts were available. But let's see. I'm just going to stick a price alert right at 13 and see if it can take it out. Let's see OLPX. All right, I've covered most, guys. I don't like these two bottoming tails here on the 5-minute chart. I've covered most of this OLPX short. These two bottoming tails trying to get down to 13. So RDBX just opened. RDBX just opened and surged a little bit higher. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, just be careful with this Sky H, okay? I'm just saying because of that float. I mean, if it can take out, what's the next high looking left? 1108, and then 1224, but 1108 is the next high looking left on the daily, this area. Of course, this is one that got up to what, 25 or almost $25. Yeah, about $25 several weeks ago. RCUS is ripping higher here. I'm going to be kicked off. Okay, good. I'm sticking an alert for this one. I know it sounds crazy, but way up here around 1790 or so, I want to see if it takes this out because this is a reaction to the Roche data, not specific to it. Had earnings yesterday, it's okay. I mean, it closed higher. So this is just a sympathy play with Roche right now. I mean, and I'm looking at ITOS. I'm looking at ITOS, which is having a nice bounce, which again is the sympathy play with this Roche. Well, guys, here is another one, another earnings play, little guy, ABCL, and the theme is on. Lifetime low, ABCL, lifetime low, earnings play. Let's see how well it holds under 6. Starting to bounce a little bit here. I'm sticking an alert at 573. Those are the lows of the day. Takes that out later on. I mean, there's nothing holding it up. Obviously, chart wise. Well, RDBX is getting closer and closer to where it closed yesterday, around 566. Eli, golf manufacturer, of course. Golf club manufacturer, handballs. ELY, so this is an earnings play, and it's kind of trading on its own. In other words, it didn't have the big drop pre-market with the SPY. Wow. Big. Keep an eye on the R-cuts, guys. I mean, this is a big bounce for ITOS. I mean, I almost took this short. It had broken down underneath that 18. I'm sorry, underneath 17. But this is a pretty big bounce. All right, OLPX, you took out 13 for me. Okay, this is turning out to be not a bad. I still have some. I know I covered some here, but come on, let's see if how much further it can go. So my fantasy level will be around 1259, which is the low of the next 5-minute candle. H&R Block, HRB is an earnings play. So of course, this is looking back, tax, sorry, tax company, H&R Block, 2783 is the next high looking left. So it's kind of close. This could be right for a short, guys, getting soon. I mean, getting into what I consider some pretty tough resistance. Yeah, that's what that, yeah, for the ruckus and the ITUS, that's what I read in the pre-market also, Marv. RTOS is really run a bit. This one is not. Or RCUS is not. Maybe it's more closely aligned. Oh, play Tika. Wow, too late. Next high looking left is 1314. I mean, I guess that's kind of far away from 1277, but you're in chase mode right now. Another gap down and reverse. So this is a gap up and reverse for GSM, and it's an earnings play. It's a big gap up, and let's see if it keeps moving down, because it does have room underneath to about that 7 level, which wouldn't be bad in terms of a percentage gain. Meanwhile, Redbox just continues to move here, guys, getting closer and closer to that 558 mark. I mean, this is starting to make a little more sense. There's no keyboard, and it just got halted again. There's no keyboard shortcut really, JK. I mean, if I left click on the chart and then I just start typing. I left click on the chart I want to load it in. So I left click here, then I just start typing and the change symbol comes up. If that's not happening for you, you might have to hit the spacebar on your keyboard. And you can see it is suggesting results here. Okay, good. Boy, this BWV does not want to quit, guys. I mean, it can be very choppy, but look at this. I mean, the next high looking left, I'm sure it's taken that out. Not quite. Yes, 643. It took that out. The next high is 712. I mean, this has got obviously a massive amount of room if it wants to keep moving several more days. But I mean, it's crawled off the bottom here. And that is the BWV. And of course, it's a low float, and that's why you can get these sort of moves up, but you can also get the big moves down. So be careful if you're going to take this one. You're chasing it right now on a 15. But if it settles down at all, well, this is just surging, surging, surging. BWV. No specific news today. Okay, so 8 is an earnings play. EGHT, 8 is an earnings play, and it's a gap, but it's very spotty. Terrible looking 15-minute chart. Sorry, just showing up on the gap, on the reversals, gap up and reverse. But now, okay, now the market's putting in a red bar. That was up. So a little disconnect happening right now. As promised, though, let's take a look at the sectors, if you can recall what they looked like before. Because now we're going to see them on the change from the open. Okay, so on the change from the open, so the energy stocks are still performing. You know, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the open, 100% of them, 100% of them are up from yesterday's close, but 95% of them are up from the open. So they are still working. But look at the huge difference in technology. Remember, technology, only about 10% of them may have been up from yesterday's close. But look at this, 82% of them are up from the open. So they are moving. Same with communications. You can see all this green now. Okay. Excuse me. OLPX taking out 13 now in a bigger way. TRMD, another earnings play, and it has, I don't know what the heck happened here, but it's got some room. Well, 1090, yeah, it's got some room, guys. This is another earnings play, TRMD. Okay, another earnings play, guys. This is showing up in the 10-day daily breakout as opposed to the breakdown. Another earnings play, EOLS. And what's the high looking left on the monthly chart? 1228, a little bit close to that. But this is breaking out now, EOLS. And it's an earnings play. No reaction really after hours. That's when it released earnings after hours yesterday. Okay, Olo is a gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. Again, another earnings play. Most people never heard of this company. OLO, another earnings play. We're Wednesday, so we've got three more. Basically, the balance of today, Thursday and Friday, where we're going to get all these earnings plays, and I'm afraid that next week it'll be over. We'll have about 160 companies, 140 companies. This week we've had 600. Last week was 50 or 1,200. So we're in a big decline now for earnings season. So it will not be quite as exciting because you get all these little companies that release earnings. I mean, who's heard of Olo? I know somebody's going to put their hands. I know Olo, but you know what I mean. Most people have never heard of this company. Okay, so maybe there's a ramp up the following week. That's interesting, Frank. Okay. I thought we'd be in that decline week to week, but that's good to know. I didn't check that. So Redbox now is getting two. I mean, listen, you would have thought that if they're a company being bought out would never accept being bought out down here. So anyway, Redbox is now back to where it closed yesterday. Boy, this takes this Playtika. This Playtika taking out this high yesterday, so it's got a little bit of room now, guys. A little bit of room now, 1444. Actually, a lot of room. Taking out this high yesterday, Playtika, PLTK. So it's got some room now. 1442 is the next high looking left. PLTK. Boy, it's been a fast morning. All right, finally something from Zach for me. Anyway, Dish. So Dish is a potential bounce play. Let's see if it holds 20. Market is not going to hurt it. Market's not moving down. So let's see if Dish bounces off 20. But it's, wow, so close to an all-time low. All right, Redbox resumed and now above the high or the close of yesterday. All right, guys. Some quick hitters, guys, just quick hitters. RDBX not shortable for me. Continuing to watch the OLPX as it gets close to 13. I'm out, but there's some bottoming tails here, so I'm just going to have to keep an eye on it. Gets close to 13. I'm out. Okay, so Dish is really sinking now. That's a big level for it to take out. That 20 level. So the first alert for Dish from Zach Scan came at 2012, or yeah, 2012. So I put an alert there in case it pops through that. Doesn't look good right now, but we'll see. Choppy, 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 but look at XPAV now. XPAV and probably NIO and LI are doing the same thing. Look how choppy it was in the first 15 minutes. Topping tails, bottoming tails, but now putting in a big, nice green bar for XPAV. My guess is that NIO and LI are doing virtually the same thing. And following the SPY, following the SPY. Okay, if you took this one, this ICL, looks like there's a lot of resistance right around that 1174 mark. Somebody was mentioning that. I know I mentioned it earlier, but whew, Playtika. Sorry, guys. I mean, I do some things, all I can do is point out, potential opportunities. So when you hear me say something like taking out the next high, looking left, that gets me interested. Even though this was extended, in my way of thinking, but well, here's another one, guys. BRP, burp. BRP. Next low looking left is 1708 on the monthly chart. That's an earnings play. Moving down. Lots and lots of shares available at Interactive Brokers. A green bar ignored. Bit of a spread issue, bit of one, not horrible, but a bit of a spread issue for it. Okay, this is getting just a little bit too parabolic for me, so I've taken some out of this Playtika, PLTK, a little too parabolic. So see what happens here. And there are a lot of shorts available. Oh my goodness, guys, please catch up to the bid for BRP. Oh, I got to be awfully careful. All right, guys, I mean, there's just sensational opportunities everywhere now. And then the BRP. Just mention it with this green bar ignored on that 5-minute chart, the BRP. Covered completely. I mean, that spread, that was nerve wracking on that spread. It was 1907, 1935 or so. Got back down to 1920. Quick cover. I mean, it's a tricky one. Very, very tricky. But I liked it because of all the room it had left. But very, very tricky. Look at the market. Wow. No, Nas is up. Dow's up. It's like the CPI did not even come out. Okay, I'm getting set to get out of my LPX. It's getting closer and closer to 13, covering that short. And I'm still worried, but the PLTK, it looks like it is, well, it's still moving. I have some left, not a lot, just wondering if this can, I mean, the next high looking left is still 1442. Don't get me wrong, it's got a lot of room. I just wish it weren't doing it in this fashion. When you're in it down here, great, but it starts again. I mean, this starts attracting the shorters. So the AI, it has shorted this. I shorted this one, of course, yesterday. The AI didn't, but it a day later shorted this one, ENBK. It's starting to get some interesting looks now from the AI guys. I mean, I kind of thought this would happen once we're into earnings season, and we've had some decent days now. I mean, here's another one, 911, 986. I talked about this one, but I actually I wasn't even aware it was an AI alert. That's my bad. And it is now 10:29, so I want to be a little more brief today, just talking about trade ideas. Okay, I'll be as brief as I can because the market's so exciting. So first of all, I want to put in the test drive link. So if you want to join the fun, click on this test drive link, okay? This is what you'll see. So the test drive, we do this 4 times a year. It starts on Monday. It costs you $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading, okay? So no auto trading, but everything else, just as if you are a premium subscriber. If you're a standard subscriber and you want to have access to the AI, which looks like this today, okay? 12% gain, 8% gain, 3%, etc. You can do it. We'll upgrade you to the premium service for the 10 trading days. This gives you 10 trading days. When the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe. We don't put you into a subscription, okay? Well, again, we do this 4 times a year. Now, here's the kicker. About an hour after the market closes on Friday, you'll have access to the program. And why is that important? Of course, there's, basically the market's closed, but now you can prepare for the test drive. And I'm going to show you how. So again, if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. You're not getting live data until the 16th. Now, if you're going to do this test drive, and this is good for people who are brand new to trade ideas also. All right, if you click on my homepage link, first, this is what you're going to see. If you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here is a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is my recommendation. Okay, this is the annual premium. This is on a monthly basis. Of course, it's an upfront payment of $2,000 less the 15%. Standard is $1,000 less the 15%. Okay, they're just showing you what it works out to. This is not with that discount though. But what I would do is this, and the premium is basically the AI. Okay, there are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. But I would do this. You don't have to start off with an annual subscription. In fact, you'd never have to take one if you don't want to. You can always go monthly, 118, 228. You'll get that 15% discount on the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Okay. Now, getting back to the test drive and all. Oops. So do this first. So again, an hour after the market closes, click on this Let's Get Started, because it basically runs you right through the download and installation, your first startup and login. There are 10 videos. It'll take you about 30 minutes to do it. Please do it before you do anything else. And again, if you're new to Trade Ideas and you haven't done this, you should do this. Save yourself a lot of headaches. Next thing you can do then is click in the education section, click here. And now you can take a look at the guide. Do not get overwhelmed by how much is in the guide. You don't have to learn everything. My advice is probably, you should know what the toolbar is. And I'm going to take a look at the channel bar a little bit later. And then alert windows and top list windows. Just, familiarize yourself what the differences are, how to create them if you want to. Okay, that's about all you really have to do. Afterwards, I want to dive into creating a price alert on a chart or creating sound alerts on your alert windows. That's fine, but don't overwhelm yourself with everything else. Just probably concentrate on these. I'm just going to run through this. So the daily support sessions, today is Wednesday, so it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today is Wednesday, so that should be Steve. I'll confirm that. And before I take my break, I will put the link to YouTube in, so you can head over there if you'd like to listen to Steve for the hour. The daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. There is one today. This is the one that I help out on. This is the last one until probably 3 weeks, because we don't have any during the test drive. But you can sign up for them all right now, and you'll get notified when the next one is. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. Okay, it's all free. What is a stock? Starts off with what is a stock. And last, again, you're going to take this test drive, or you're new to Trade Ideas. I am sharing a lot of scans. A lot of scans, okay? This gap continuation or reversal scan has been awesome. So you can take a look at the scans. These are the ones that I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down, okay? Aha, this is the IPO that, was it PJ or somebody? Wow, I don't know what it was supposed to come out at, but I'm sure it was way less than 21. Not if that were truly 1 million. Now these can go crazy the first day, and my guess is, I have no idea what the IPO price was supposed to be, but if they only came out with 1 million shares, it's probably very low and not very much volume to start. So be awfully careful, of course. Okay, so again, my scans are here. My advice: save my link. If you save my link, then you can take a look at the Let's Get Started, all my scans, and the education whenever you want. Other information on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. These are all free. Obviously, you need to be a subscriber for my scans. Well, and that's the thing, Monsieur Guillaume. You get the alert of 2012, now 19, and you think when, never. I mean, it may, it's bounced now, but these are not the ones that I would zero in on. I mean, Zach might play it, William might play it, but when you get multiple alerts all the way down, yeah, that's why I put an alert here at 2012. At that time, the only other alert was at 1992. So I thought, okay, if 1992 holds and it gets back up to 2012, I put my price alert there, I probably would have taken the trade. But now, I mean, this is just a guess where it's going to bounce. Well, I mean, again, it is a nice bounce, but to me, it's a lot harder, especially if you're a new trader. I would shy away from these if you're a new trader. Okay, quickly, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. I just showed you that on my homepage. I showed you all the scans that I'm sharing. And as promised, I'll show you our toolbar. If you click on New and then Docked Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. So if you're new, if you're going to take this test drive, go through them. These are all theme-based channels. The idea now is I clicked on the momentum channel. The idea now is to take a look at the scans. And we've built them for you. My scans you can have. You can have the scans that are in here. Obviously, you're not going to take every single scan. The idea is to kind of go through the channels, maybe look at something that you think, momentum. That sounds like something maybe I'd like to have in my layout. Okay, look at momentum. Here it goes, PXLW. Boom. You want to find out what any scan is looking for, including mine, you just right click, configure, and summary. That'll tell you exactly what the scan is looking for. These are the filters, and that is the trigger, the alert. So if a stock in this particular case is between $1 and $50, minimum 100,000 shares, etc., if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. That's why FF is just showing up. Now you can, of course, change. If you don't like this price range, you can make a change. If you want it to be in between 10 and 100, you can do that. Click OK. See how it's now changed to 10 and 100. Say OK. And now you can save it to the cloud. So in other words, when you look at it, you can modify it a little bit if you want, and then save it to the cloud, or save it as it is. Now, a word about this. I just made a change here. If I leave this channel and come back, that change is not saved. The reason it isn't saved, shoot. Arcus is starting to move, guys. RCOS is starting to move. The reason it is not saved is because the channels are for everyone. So the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily mean that's the change that everybody else wants, okay? So the idea, again, go through the channels, take a look at the individual scans. You might see something you like, save it to the cloud. And once you save it to the cloud, then you can bring back those scans one by one and create a layout without actually knowing how to build a scan from scratch. Now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So when the company was formed in 2003, they made a determination. They said, you know what? We don't think most people want to have to learn a programming language in order to build scans. So what they did was this. I right click, configure, and search. When you see these icons, these are the alert icons, real-time alert icons. When you see these icons, these are the filter icons. Do not get hung up on how many there are. You don't have to learn them all. We tried to create enough of them so that for the majority of our customers, they could create the types of scans they're looking for, okay? So don't get hung up on how many there are. I'm really just a new high and new low guy. I don't use any of the other ones. Doesn't mean you shouldn't, but okay, so if you never want to create your own scans, that's fine. I mean, we think we've got a lot of different types of scans. But of course, if you want to customize, get your own scan, of course you can. So the only thing I've got left right now is the OLPX. I still have that short. Of course, I got out of the Playtika. So the only thing I have right now is that short. I'm just waiting on that short OLPX to see if it drops a little bit further. It's it's still sitting underneath 13, so no real reason for me to get rid of it yet. Talk a little bit about the AI. This is what the AI looks like today. Obviously, nice alert so far. So this is what it looks like, okay? This is how I would look at it. If you're going to take the test drive, do yourself a favor. Do not overcomplicate things. If you click on New from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, this is what you're going to see. The only other thing you have to do is in this filter section, I would just click on any profitable trades. Just zero in on the ones that are profitable. I don't even know if there are other trades. Doesn't really matter to me. It'd be like on my watch list. Why would I? No, everything on a watch list is not necessarily going to be great, is it? So you just concentrate on the things that are working for you. Same thing with the AI. You sort of curate. This is sort of at the beginning the strategies that are kind of the strategies that make the cut are curated from a list of strategies, and then further create the alerts that you get just by following the profitable ones all day. Sometimes they give you, if you miss a setup at the beginning of the day, the setup could happen again later on. So there's no right or wrong way to use the AI. There's no video that's going to say, okay, you got this alert Olo at 9/11. What do you do? The only thing is there's a stop. So it's kind of mapped out for you. You don't have to get in right at the very, very penny. People get supremely hung up on, well, wait a minute, I got an alert for Olo. I'm not saying this happened at 9/11 and now it's 9/14. What gives? Well, these are not designed, to scalp 2 or 3 cents. And sometimes, you get an alert, pops, and then it comes right back down to your alert price and might even come below it. So, I mean, I never, ever, and you have a stop. I mean, there's the stop. So it is kind of mapped out for you. I never take an alert. I'm not an auto trader, never will be. I never take a trade unless I click on the alert, check to see what's happening quickly, what's the market doing, especially if a stock for me is making a new high or a new low for the day. I check to see where's the next high or low on the daily chart. If I can't see anything on the daily chart, I mean, maybe, then I have to check on the weekly chart and then I check on the monthly chart. But I'm always, always, always looking left. Well, that is my style because I am a momentum trader. So if you took this Olo, guys, this is the next high looking left, 1021. If somehow it can get through that at 1075. So, here's an idea. If you miss this Olo, let's just say it based a little bit underneath this 1021. Based a little bit. Got up there, couldn't get through it. Chopped around that 1015 mark, and then all of a sudden, on volume, it pops through 1021. You might want to take the trade, because it does have room now to 1075, which again would be a nice percentage move. Next thing I want to talk about a little bit is our Brokerage Plus window, this big blue window that you see here. Okay, this Brokerage Plus window is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you are using our web-based version, not available, okay? The Brokerage Plus link that I put in to the room, there are two videos. There's a short video. It shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But again, listen carefully. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means that you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay, it just means that you would not be able to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, hope that makes sense. There's a second video in that link, a much longer video, goes into way more detail about how you can use this window. And how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Okay, you'll notice there's the option Brokerage Plus, and underneath two options, live and sim. Yeah, this would have been a great short for the dish. I mean, it's almost an all-time low. So as a simulator, you can practice trading, okay? Paper trading. I can't emphasize enough that if you're new to trading, do not start trading with real money until you practice, practice, practice. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. You don't even need a broker. If you're still kind of considering who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you're set to go. And yes, just in the test drive, of course, you have access to all of this. If you can't make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money when you are trying to trade real money, okay? Forget it. And unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, does not necessarily mean that you'll make money once you start trading, because once you start trading real money, it becomes very, very emotional. In a simulator, there's no emotion. You get in and out of a trade. Oh, well, let's just play money. But if you listen, if you want to take this seriously, in the simulator, you don't take like 10,000 shares of something when you've got a $1,000 account. Okay. And it's very simple to use. You just click, well, let me back this up a bit. I'm going to disconnect. This is what you will see. Now, if you don't see something that looks like this, you please be on the latest beta. Okay, go to the home page, download the latest beta so it looks like this. And now you click on Sim, and it says Account. You click on Account, and then you click on Simulated Trading Default. Now you are ready to go to practice trading. Well, again, though, I mean, I'm not dumping on. This is a great alert. It's just that as it kept moving down, 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 you don't hot. That's why I'm saying you don't. I know I'm not picking on you. I know you're just kind of kidding. Uh, Somebody in our YouTube room, but you get an alert. This is the bounce plays from Zach. Okay, this is Zach's can. We have no topping plays yet, but again, you don't take the trade right off the bat. Wait, and you see another one. I would be waiting to see if it popped back up. Didn't. It kept moving down, down, down. So you don't take the trade. It's that simple. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I get an alert doesn't mean I pile into the trade. Really, your heart's broken. But you've heard me talk about that enough that you don't pile into the trade immediately. You've heard me talk about that enough. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Got to wait. So very simple to use. You just click on an alert and the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. You click that buy button and then you send it. So let's Let's take a trade just to show you the mechanics of doing it. That's just for fun. I mean, a lot of you want to practice, some of you have never shorted, okay? And you're thinking, oh my gosh, I can't short. I don't know how to short. What is it all about? It's evil. But let's take a short here, PRPL, just to show you how you do it. Now, the first thing, of course, is you should, with interactive brokers, it's so easy to see if there are shorts available, number one. In this particular case, there are. So I'm going to pick 300 shares to short. Okay, the spread is a penny, so that's okay. I click the sell button and then I send it. Okay, now I'm in a short. And it should show up anytime. Okay, there it is. So I'm short purple at 353. Now again, if you're unfamiliar with this, what you want, if you're short something, you want the price to go down. And then it's just the reverse. If you're long something, of course, you buy something, you want the price to go up, you sell higher. Here, you want the price to go down, and I'm going to call it you sell lower, you cover your position. But I mean, without getting into the semantics of it, you just you buy it at a lower price, and that's where you make your money when you're short. Okay, it's that simple. So you can practice shorting if you're just the mechanics of it. Okay, so here's a red candle showing up on the SPY. EVEX, you guys are talking about EVEX. Let's take a look at EVEX. I'm way late, but let's take a look at it. Yeah. So this was an IPO or a SPAC. IPO yesterday. I'm just trying to see, what was it, a SPAC? I'm just trying to see. I don't see anything about it being a SPAC that turned into EVEX. I just don't see it. Usually you'll see something. Well, regardless. So guys, all I'm in right now is still the OLPX short, and it continues to will not get me out of the trade. That's all. That's the best I can say. Wow, yeah, that was a great short then, the PLTK. You make money on both sides, guys, both sides. Oh, I see why you even see this one, the EVX. Well, it's not shortable for me. I see. Well, at least they're being honest regarding JMIA. All I saw in the pre-market was that it was moving down. All right, guys, keep an eye on ZLab. ZLab is a gap up and reverse, and it is now starting to move down. This is an earnings play, a China stock, ZLab. And the next low looking left is 25.10. So there is a lot of room for this one to move if it wants to. Spread is, well, it's tightened up a bit, but now it's widening. So again, if you're new to trading, this is what I'm talking about. This is the spread, okay? 27.34, 27.50. At one point, it was more, it was even worse. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is Interactive Brokers. This is time and sales. You see the spread. You see the how rapidly a stock is trading. And so when you have a spread of 34.49, I mean, it's not horrible. It's not great. Because if you want to get this trade right now, you want to go long this trade right now, you've got to take it right here, 34. So in theory, you're already down because the system will say, well, look at this. I mean, this what makes it sort of untradeable. See how that is just switching? So when I see something like this, I usually just back off the stock, because yeah, you might get lucky, and when you get in, you might have a fairly decent spread, and then all of a sudden it widens on you. And it makes trading very difficult. So when I see something like that, I usually just back off. It's not worth the agony. So guys, BHC now is getting closer and closer. Well, 1071. So it still has some room to the next high looking left. No, I did not take Dish at all. You talking about on a short? No. No, this came on. This was, of course, it was on Zach's bounce play. So watching. I mean, just kept drifting down. So no, I did not take it at all. I'm only in OPLX. That's the only thing I'm in right now. My short was at around 1360 OPLX. I covered some around 1310, just above the. I'm sorry, OLPX, not OLPX. I covered, yeah, so this was on that top. So I got some right around here, around 1360, and then I covered some just over 13, by 1310. Was very enthused by the fact that it took out 13, and now I'm just waiting, see how much further it can go down. The low right there is 1260. I said my fantasy level would be way down here. Well, actually, it's getting close. 1262. It's getting close to that low of that 15 or 5 minute candle. Now this is a bit tricky. I mean, this is just showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, CSSE. It's a little bit tricky because, you know, it is part of this buyout with RBLX, but it is moving down. Ah, I actually tried to short it, didn't realize it wasn't shortable at Interactive Brokers. I could have sworn it was shortable earlier. I just tried to short it, but I just got the notification. Ah, too bad. So there was the alert at 761. Tried to get it around 748, but got the notice, not available. I mean, they can try to do a locate, but if that happens, I just don't. If I get that message, I just don't care about shorting it. I see the AI is in Oxy. Next high looking left is 63.26. This is the sort of one I don't usually look at with the AI, just out of the price range I like to trade. But of course, this is the, I guess we can call it the Warren Buffett stock now. All right, my alerts have starting to dry up now. Not getting too many more alerts. I wish this next low wasn't so close. Multiplan, MPLN, but the next low is too close for me. 426. So we have a little disconnect in the market. The Dow is up, you know, pretty nicely. The SPY is up, but Nas is down. Of course, heavily weighted with tech stocks. So a little disconnect in the market today. Well, if you had shorts for EVEX, that would have been a nice one. That is from Zach's topping scan. Okay, this is what, again, I'm sharing these. These are from Zach, not Zach.com. Zach in our room. Okay, so, but I had no shorts available for this EVEX. All right, guys, I'm just sort of biding my time. Ooh, looking at GME now. Is this it? I say this every single day. Is this it finally? That it will not reach 100 again. How's AMC doing? Okay, so I see. Okay, see, Bitcoin had a bit of a run here. This is the ETF for Bitcoin, BITO. Hmm. So Burp just showed up. BRP just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. No, I got very lucky on a scalp of that one. That is very whippy though. Yeah, I don't like the spread. Maybe if it takes out these lows here, it's got to get really away from that 19. So I'm going to stick an alert at around 1880 for BRP and see if it takes that out. The next low looking left is 1708. So I mean that's certainly a lot of room if it wants to keep running down. But this really this was a big candle moving all the way up almost to 21. I mean it's a little too whippy. Just a minute, please. All right, guys, I am back. Okay, I'm just sort of easing back in my chair and just kind of looking at some of my thumbnail charts and seeing if there's anything kind of interesting happening. Look at Oscar Health, OSCR. This is an earnings play. What's the next high looking left? That's too close. 650. Oh, I'm sorry. 738. Yeah, it's too bad. I wish all this weren't here. So this is what I'm talking about when I say looking left. If I'm on a daily chart, and of course, when you look left on this daily chart, of course, you see all sorts of action, okay, all these little areas. But what if I look left on this daily chart and all of this were underneath the current price? Now, that doesn't mean that that's an all-time high, of course. All it means is that, there's no action on my daily chart that I can see that might stall it. Okay, so that's why you hear me say, and then I look at a weekly chart because the weekly chart, of course, has more candles than the daily chart. I may see some stalling, or I may see something that's I want to see the next high looking left on the weekly chart. If I looked at the weekly chart and there still wasn't anything I could see, then I start to look at the monthly chart. Okay. That's when you hear me talk about looking left, starting with the daily, then I go to the weekly, and then I go to the monthly. And I only go to the weekly and the monthly if I cannot see anything on the daily chart. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, BRP, I'm gonna have to disregard. It's too whippy, too frothy. Anyway, let's take a look. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. So one thing you can do, I don't talk about the similar too much. You said similar. So what this is supposed to show, and look, I freely admit that you're going to see some strange ones, but let me go to say Pfizer. Okay, so this is pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing. So what it's trying to show me here is stocks similar to Pfizer. That's what it's showing me. These should be all, in this pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. So if you see something, you say, "Wow, I wonder what other stocks are doing well in that sector." So that's why I have it on the similar. But what you can also do, let's just say you saw a hot sector today, a very hot sector, and you thought, you know what, I want to follow those stocks all day long. So what you can do is, and how to get to the similar tab, notice it's right there. Okay, but of course, I don't want to have to click on it. I want to have the details always visible. And so all I do is I just duplicate this window and then I click on the similar tab. So I can see the similar all the time. I can see the details all the time. But now what you can do is I can say, okay, I want to follow this sector all day long. So you right click and you pop it out. Okay, here it is. Now what you can do is you can customize it. I want to right click, configure, summary. So, what you can start to do is say, well, I want a certain price range, maybe 1 in 25. I want to have a minimum volume of 200,000 shares. I never like the average volume. I don't care about average over the whatever days. Maybe the relative volume is 3, so it's trading abnormally. And you can start to customize it. I don't know what it's going to, change from the close or change from the open, but right now I'm just going to leave it like this. So now I've taken this, I've popped it out, I've customized it, and now I can watch it all day long if I want. So that's a way in which to watch maybe a hot sector and the stocks that make up that hot sector. And then of course, if I always wanted to watch this, every single day, I mean, obviously the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector, the bios are usually pretty hot or live. There's always usually action. So if you wanted to, you could just have this window as part of your layout, if that's what you want to do. Okay. And then you can sort it. I would add some more columns. Me, I like very Quebecois. I like, I like the position in range. So I can see the ones that are near the high of the day. So for instance, I could add that. Just type in position. Position and range right there. Could show the column. Now, I don't care about the company name. I don't care about the EPS per share. So you see what I'm doing? I'm basically customizing it. Maybe I add the change from the open. Where is it? Change from the open is not here. So I do a search. I'll type in change from the open, show the column. Okay, so I've now customized this, and now what I can do is I can sort on the position in days range column, and that'll show me the stocks that are near the high of the day, ones that are near the low of the day, as an example. Okay, so you can do that with any sector. So if you want to, you're trying to follow a sector you like, you can just do something like that. All right, I'm now starting to get alerts again. All right, UPST, are you going to keep crashing? Boy, oh boy. I mean, almost an all-time low again. Okay, so here's some more bounce plays to look for. Wow, look at Beyond Meat. Beyond Meat is a all-time low, unbelievable. Beyond Meat is an all-time low now, guys. All-time low. Beyond Meat. BYND. There was this IPO. I'm not even sure why it says this because I remember this IPO price was what, $24 or something? Okay, but it opened. I mean, it opened at 44, so I'm not quite sure why it's saying it's at a lifetime low. I mean, obviously it's below that, but it should be way below. At any rate, disarray. UPST continues down. Took out that low of yesterday, 29.02. You can just kind of see, guys. I mean, it's not rocket science. Does it work all the time? Of course not. But keep an eye on a previous day's high and a previous day's low if you're shorting. And when they break, a lot of traders get attracted to that. Okay? No, you do what you got to do, Hydra. Wow. Now this came on Zach's bounce play, of course, as HR did also. But the problem here is this, okay? So the original alert was at 28.49. We're sitting, it got all the way down to 27.82. So yes, will this bounce at some point? Yeah, probably. But now, to me, it's just a little more difficult to play these, especially if you're new. I know what I would like to have seen happen is that yes, you get an alert at 28.49. Maybe it drops a little bit more, 28.37, 28.35, and then it comes back to that price. So you just stick a price alert, and then you can maybe take the bounce. Problem is, I mean, it's fallen quite a bit from that 28.49. I mean, it got all the way down to 27.87. Has it bounced? Yes, but to me, it's just a little trickier to play. We haven't had one today that I can. Well, let's take a look at the HR. 28.82. All right. So it's having a little bounce. Doesn't mean you're gonna, but you see, I mean, it got down from 28.82. The low, it got down to 28.76, which is okay. I mean, that's not that far from the 28.82. So now I'd be watching this. You haven't, I mean, to me, I mean, the expectation could be, 29.30 or so before it hits resistance. Is that far enough away? I don't know. I'd rather see it because you can kind of see that if you took this trade right now, probably 29.30 or so would be resistance. Now, some might say, okay, if I take it right now at 28.90 and it got anywhere close to that, that's okay for me. That has to be part of your trading plan then. Now, the other thing, not that the market's certainly not tanking or anything like that, but you don't want, on a bounce play, you'd like to see the market at least settle. You don't want to see it just continuing down, down, down. I'm not saying no bounce play will work when the market is moving against you, but you like to try to put the odds in your favor. Yeah, look at that UPST. I mean, that looked good for a brief period in time. Somebody will know that author. A moment, guys. Just give me a minute, guys. I got something that is distracting me. So just give me, I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'm back. I am back. Stephen Hawking, yeah, I paraphrased it, of course. It's a brief history of time, but sort of paraphrased it. What am I looking at now? Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is moving. Oh, Okay, yes, I just got a confirmation. It will be Steve in our YouTube room. So when I take my break at noon, Steve will take over in our YouTube room. Aha, the trade of the week actually triggered today, I guess. I guess it triggered yesterday briefly, okay? What was the trigger? 88 something? MRK, I know, I can't remember what the trigger was. I thought it was 88 something, 88.12 or 88.40. Bring that up because 88, was it 88.92? Okay, I thought it was closer to 88. So 88.92, so it did trigger. Did it trigger yesterday? Yes, so it did trigger yesterday, and then it pulled back, but it's still working now. Of course, never hit the stop. So that'll make Steve happy because Steve is the originator of the trades of the week, and so he'll be in our YouTube room at noon. So you can congratulate him on a very tough environment to try to single one stock as the trade of the week. Okay, that is correct, Ija. Lifetime lows and lifetime highs do never ever take into account pre-market or post-market. That's standard. That is standard. That's not just us. At least I think it's standard. The reason being is that you can get some kind of wild, crazy candle in the pre or the post market that isn't really valid, but it'll print. How ugly is this? The view. Good grief. It's just showing up in a gap down and go. Of course, it's also a 55-cent stock. Wow, didn't see this at all. Okay, so they're plunging 60% on a late Q1 filing announcement. So they're late. They were supposed to, I guess, have some kind of do a file, and they didn't. They're late. I don't know if it's an earnings or whatever it is. I don't even see an earnings date for these guys. So right now, the bouncers have not really. I mean, will any of them bounce? Of course, I guess Dish bounce. But from Zach's scan, right now the bouncers are not 28.49, 28.49. So again, yes, did this bounce, but nowhere near the original alert. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they're not bouncing. It just makes it a little more tricky. But if I stick an alert at 28.48, that was the original alert. Problem is, I mean, you're giving up a lot, but hey, maybe it keeps going. Yeah, I understand. I mean, I'm not a big bounce player, so I was looking for more of a way to not quite automate it, but to get some kind of a price alert put in that made sense, rather than having to follow it, and saying, okay, has it bounced now? Maybe now. I mean, yeah, great bounces right now, but I've got too many other things on the go, and there it is. I mean, there's the beyond. I cannot speak to that, of course. I mean, that huge short float, 41%, and that's what our provider is showing. I mean, it makes sense, I suppose, whether it's 41% or 38% or 58, 9%. These things get updated every 15 days. But my guess is that it's a pretty big short float. KRNT. That is not probably outside of the price range or something. Actually, it isn't. Not showing up in my mind, so I wonder why. So I've got a 2 and 50, 500,000 shares, that's fine. 2-minute range in at least 15 cents, so is that showing up in your scanner, Zach? KRNT? Oh, okay, okay, good. Well, OLPX is putting me to sleep, but still no reason to get rid of the last short that I got on this one. There's no real reason because you never know. It's just sort of resting, resting, resting. I doubt if it's going to stay here for the rest of the day, so it's either gonna pop up or down. So pops up, I'm out. Pops down, I'll be happy. So guys, this Olo was looking interesting. Okay, I mean, even if you missed this, there was the alert at 9:11. Okay, from the AI, it's at 10. So if you missed this, think, oh man, I missed it. I can't get into this trade now. But a couple things here. It's an earnings play, so in theory, it should be still active for the day, holding over 10. And when you look left, 1075. Oh, am I wrong? Yeah, 1021 is the next high looking left. What did it get up to? I sure wish that 1021 weren't there. I wish it were a straight shot to that 1075, but I mean, it may keep going. It's a nice little base here. Just trying to point out that, just if you miss the AI alert at the beginning, it doesn't mean that the trade is over. Okay. I'm going to have to change something in my gap down and go. I don't want to see stocks that are 50 cents. This is what I'm talking about. Boy, another one, guys. APEN, another one that, okay, I guess it's skewed because it looks like it's almost at an all-time low, but it must have hit on the monthly chart. Oh, yeah, that's why. You can sort of see at one point, of course, this did probably several reverse splits. So, I mean, at one point, in theory, split adjusted, this was an $828 stock. This is back in 2011. So that's why, when you look at this 0.6%, you think, well, wait a minute, how can that be when we can see a low down here at $1.39 and it's at 423? Of course, it's in the position in the lifetime range. So the very top of that range was $800. So Jamie, Olo came from two. Because I had seen Olo before. I didn't even realize it was an AI alert, but Olo was an AI alert at 9/11, okay, at 9:48, number one. And number two, now I see let me see now. Yeah, and also it showed up in my gap continuation, the gap up and, sorry, the gap down and reverse scan, okay? It showed up in the gap down and reverse scan. Yeah, so you see in this particular case, guys, that first alert, even if you'd waited, giving up quite a bit, but that first alert for BYND at 28.49, you could have taken it when it broke it, and you'd be up, I don't know, 40, 50 cents. I didn't take it, just, I did not take it, but that doesn't mean you didn't have to. So I'm just looking now, 11:39, so I'll be on a break in about 20 minutes. Hmm. Well, I guess I'll just forget about it. I'm trying to short this purple PRPL, and it's not down 10%. It's up. There are plenty of shorts available, and I'm going in at the bid, and they won't fill me for some reason. Interesting. PRPL. That's at Interactive Brokers. I mean, it might be a good thing, but I don't understand why they wouldn't fill me. I tried one more time. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Anybody tried to short that purple in Interactive Brokers, PRPL? Plenty of shorts available, and it's not down 10%, so the uptick rule is not an issue. Anybody tried to short it earlier? It just will not give me that instant fill. Why is the uptick on for purple when it's I know it was down 10% yesterday, so I get the fact that the uptick rule is still in effect, but I thought it had to be I thought only if the stock was negative the next day, but not down 10%. It carries over, but I thought, for instance, if purple were down 5% and I tried to short it, and they wouldn't give it to me, I could say, okay, yeah, it was down 10% yesterday. So until it turns positive, I thought once it turned positive, you could short it, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, the uptick rule has to disappear at some point. So are you saying, for instance, if the uptick rule happened at 11 o'clock Eastern time, AM, it would remain in effect till 11 o'clock Eastern time the next day at least? Is that what you mean? I mean, I'm just not familiar with that, but so literally one day. So you're able to short Equistrade, so that can't be it. Yeah, but somebody else was able to short it on another brokerage platform. Say that's what he said anyway. It's not a big deal. I'm just curious. I thought I understood the uptick rule. So it doesn't matter what. Well, then I wonder how that person was able to short. So you're saying, Shady, that the uptick rule is in effect for 2 days, regardless of what it does on the second day. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. You're right. I was thinking that you're right. There probably was no action at the ask, and then it did not come back to the bid. I sure. So I could have got the short if I had really wanted it, kept it there if there had been enough action. Of course. No, I wasn't thinking, guys. I mean, of course, you can short something that's down 10%. It just takes longer. But I did not realize that the uptick rule was in effect the next day, regardless if the stock was up for the day. I thought that wiped it out, so I did not realize that. Interesting. Okay, guys, it's 11:45, so getting closer to my break. Keep an eye on the HR. I mean, the HR, the bounce alert price was 28.82. It's not that far away. I've got an alert set here. Now, if I'm on my break, I won't be able to do anything. But keep an eye on the HR. I mean, if it takes out that 28.82, that could give you the bounce. And I mean, it's got some room to 29.30. So I guess that wouldn't be bad. Continuing to keep an eye on the ARCUS, RCUS. See if it takes out this area way up, well, not way up here, but it's about 18 later on. Look at it pacing. And the only reason it's down is because of Roche. That's, the same, I guess maybe they got the same type of drug and Roche has failed. Interesting tweet regarding the CPNG. I'm assuming it was a tweet. Well, I'm looking to go long, so, but that's okay. It's Zach's bouncers. Well, it's from his bouncers. So there was the alert at 2882. So that's why I have an alert set up here. It doesn't mean it's not going to turn into a nice short. Look at Dish. Okay. But my bias would be for it to hold this area and then take that out. But of course, it may not. Speaking of which, there's the purple short that I took here in the simulator, the purple short in the simulator. So you can see it's steadily working. This is in the simulator. Guys, I'll give you this. I mean, some of you saw what I did here, but I mean, this is such an active sector, the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing sector. So for those of you who want to follow this every single day, here's a great little top list. You can make adjustments, of course. You might want to have a different price range but I like to sort on the position in the day's range, and that shows me the ones that are, moving. I have they changed from the open column that I can see. So for anybody who's interested, I'll give it to you. And again, so there you have it, Iris. So yeah, I mean, you can make the changes. This is what I'm looking at. So a 1 in 25, you want to expand that to something else, that's fine. 1 in 50, 10 in 50, whatever you want. Obviously, you can adjust it. But the other thing I would do is put this sort on. I hate the volume today present. So where's price? Yeah, I should sort on price all the time. That's that server sort. Make it a slightly different look. So I would probably change the server sort, which I don't like. If you right click, configure, and then sort, and change it from that volume today percent to price. That probably is a better way to do it. And the other thing is time frame. What have I got here? Set record count. But 35. You want to expand that? Maybe I'll put 50. Didn't really expand the list too much because of the filters I've got in place. But now you see, for instance, there's wrapped, R-A-P-T. That was not showing up. Ah, here we go, guys. HR. Anyway, you can play around with it. All right, guys. Well, HR is in mini bounce mode right now. Sorry, PJ. Well, H&R Block was pretty strong. Another earnings play, guys. Very strong. Gap up and go. No pullback whatsoever. Getting closer and closer to those highs looking left. So the market really right now, it's kind of chopping around a little bit. Notice that bottoming tail here in the SPY, that is two 15-minute candles ago, then a topping tail, the previous one. So kind of little indecision. Well, a firm is just showing up. My gap down and go. I'm in another all-time low. Earnings after hours tomorrow, I guess, May 12th, after hours. I mean, does anybody think their earnings are going to be good? That doesn't mean take the short and hold it. Okay. It just means it reminds me of the Peloton, PTON. Peloton was already in a swoon, had earnings yesterday, dropped, but recovered. recovered recovered during the day or actually in the pre-market. They actually recovered in the pre-market. I'm sorry. That is wrong. What am I looking at? Here we go. So I had earnings. And what time is that? That is 8:15. That is yeah, so it is actually was recovering in the pre-market. It was just to me surprising that it did so well for the rest of the day. But anyway, is a firm, I mean, it's been such a horrible stock. And as I speak, it keeps moving down. Maybe if I keep calling it a horrible stock, it'll keep moving down. But underneath that whole number 16, nothing holding it up, obviously. All-time low. All-time low. I mean, there's nothing holding it up. All right, guys, I'm anticipating Steve is going to show up pretty soon. So what I'm going to do is just put my announcement in. I'll be on a break. Actually, he has to leave before at 12:55, so I'll put it here, 12:55. Yeah, so with the market, again, we always talk about this, the bounces will work a lot better if as long as the market doesn't have to be going higher, but you don't want to see this. So looking at the HR, I mean, it could turn into a short, you know? Gonna reset. The problem is I'm gonna be on a break, so I probably won't be able to do anything, but I'll reset that alert up here and see if it takes it out again. But you'd like to see the market not continuing to move down. BRP, burp. Yeah, that was really a choppy one. I have an alert set down here. I know it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 18.99, but that is a real choppy one. I hear Steve. Just a minute. Let me see if I can go to their other room. I hear Steve,
You are quick.
and there he is.
You,
Okay, Steve, I got your message. So you have to leave at 12:55. Is that correct? Or earlier if you want.
yeah, somewhere around there. That would work great.
Okay. All right. And glad to see your trade of the week is starting to
Oh,
work out not badly in the
you and
face
me.
of what
Yeah,
all this market.
you
So
and me both.
I said to people, it's pretty tough, even in the best of times, to try to pick one stock as being the trade of the week. But in these market conditions, it's even tougher. So congratulations. So I'm going to put the YouTube link into the room, and so people can head over there and congratulate Steve on a great trade of the week for this week.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll mute myself now.
All right. It looks like we should be seeing my screen. Looks good. Get rid of those little icons at the bottom. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Welcome to my desktop for a little while. Market is extremely choppy. You are correct, Asia. I really kind of thought we might get a little oversold rally bounce yesterday, but we didn't. Market waited for the CPI numbers this morning. Didn't really like them, and they've just gone back and forth. So I think, you know, rather than maybe getting another bounce that I anticipated we might have, I don't think we're going to get that. I think we're going to get some of this. I think we're going to get some sideways chop here. Hello, Iris. Hello, everybody. So, yeah, here we are. Happy Wednesday. Another Wednesday. This is what we're watching. Top list. You can have access to that in the channel bar. But this is a curated list of ideas. There's only 3 ideas in here today: BTU, Hershey Company, and SIMO. I like this SIMO, the way it's shaping up. Beautiful, nice up gap, and now it's just kind of digging in and waiting for this 10 SMA, I think, to force the issue. And then, yes, Merck, trade of the week, is working pretty well. I did a little bit of dumpster diving today in a couple accounts out there. Well, actually, yesterday I picked up a PSLV yesterday. I cut it back here and bought it back lower. AG is another silver company. Oh, it started off okay today, but it's giving way. I don't like the way that it broke that right there. And then a couple of ideas. Well, one idea from Andy was this U. It had earnings yesterday, and I've kind of broken my rules. I generally don't like to buy bad earnings the day of the first day trading, but in this case, this stock was up near 100 in April, and now it's down at 30. And so sometimes you can get lucky on these gap down earnings and see if they can recover back if it's been priced in already. So took a little kind of a day trade position in that, maybe hold it overnight if it actually does something. But what I'm keying off right now, of course, is right here. What's happening there? The 15-minute chart is under pressure here with the 10 SMA coming down, but that doesn't mean that it can't put up a fight here. What I would like to see is this green candle get back above and maybe a candle or two close above this declining 10 SMA here and get a couple candles there. That would be the first sign of stability after the plunging open. So you can see there's definitely a battle going on here. It doesn't matter what the symbol is. The charts tell the story. There's definitely a battle going on there. Another dumpster dive here in TGB. It's a stock I've played often, but I haven't touched in a while. And I just kind of noticed today it's also extremely oversold. And I just took kind of a low risk, high reward opportunity in that. I mean, it's basically a 6 or 7 cent risk. If it takes out yesterday's lows, I'm out of here. But I will do this sometimes when it feels right, when the conditions feel extremely oversold. The problem with this AG, though, it does have earnings tomorrow. I might have to reevaluate that. All right, guys. So what would you like to talk about? Like Barry said, I'm here until about 5 minutes to top of the hour. Talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. Had some decent AI trades this morning. OXY, Oxy Petroleum, holding its 10-period moving average just nicely. Okay, OLO, another test of the 10 SMA here, holding it. Ideally, it should hold that. It's actually got a double whammy here in this OLO because you've got the 130, which is a 5-day moving average, kind of making things difficult right there. So there's a little bit of a fight going on currently in this AI trade, OLO, but my rule is if you're trading something like this, doesn't matter what the symbol is, as long as it stays above this 10 SMA, you can consider momentum is still intact and try and ride it out. ADNT, okay, another long, and this long looks like it's starting to break down a little bit. So if it can't hold that level, it might be losing its momentum. And then we got the shorts, a couple of shorts that actually are working for the most part, but that seems a bit oversold to me. MBK, Embark. I would be not wanting to short something that oversold. JXN. Looks like it had earnings. Yeah, so it's going lower on earnings. There's some fuel behind that one. And as you can see, the 10 SMA has been the guiding hand lower on that short call from the AI. DM just flat here. Can't get above that 150 level. It might, it might fall some more. And then a couple of clunkers down here that are just kind of a messy chart. They're not holding up or really doing anything. Okay, Playboy broke its 10 SMA right there. And it might be it for the day over there in Playboy. So that's a quick trip around the bases there on the AI. But whatever you guys feel like talking about today, you let me know. Yeah, RBLX is kind of in the same vein as this U trade. It just didn't do the same thing. And he also was in RBLX. I was not. Matter of fact, I think he told me he added to it right here. Okay, pulled back to the 10 SMA, and he used that as an opportunity to add, but we're just not getting a lot of follow through. The Kathy Woods arc You would like to think that this thing could find a bounce today, and it can't. I mean, this thing has just become, sadly, kind of a laughing stock because it just has not worked. But keep me from trying to do maybe an oversold bounce. We just got to get a little bit of something going on over there. RBLX. Yeah, I think I had that right one. Yep. Boy, these have just been beaten up. Look at this. $140 back in November, down to 25. This is the kind of thing we've been talking about for months after month. Internally, in individual names have just been dying on a vine. But you come over and you look at the NASDAQ and the Qs, and it just didn't really tell the whole picture. I mean, it is now, but for the longest time, even the SPYs, they were really trying to hold up. Heavily weighted indexes will do that to you. Yeah, there were a lot of darling stocks at one point out there. I've seen this many times, the cycle come and go. People come into a bull market, and it's beginner's luck is extremely easy to come by, and it gets you addicted to the rush, the dopamine rush, the carnival of dopamine that is trading, speculating in the markets, whether it's day trading or swing trading. And then the markets turn on people, and people don't really have a reference point as to cyclical cycle changes in the markets. And that's what we just went through. And I am seeing a lot of evidence, a lot of posts, a lot of tweets about people that have blown up their accounts, and it's really, it's sad, but it's kind of just typical. I've seen in many cycles come and go. I was one of those. I came in the 1998 dot-com bubble and cut my teeth learning how to buy momentum. And then after 9/11, that momentum, well, after 2000, March 2000, the momentum really stopped. And then 9/11 just made it worse. And so you had to retool and pull back and be patient and figure out that there's more than one way to try and be successful trading. I'm not really liking this right now. No, I'm not muted. I think I should be heard. Yeah, I double checked. I'm off mute. But I'm not liking this right here at all. I have to watch that and see what happens. Yep, Michael, we've all had to give some back to make our lessons hurt and make them last. All right, well, you know what, Iris, your timing might be good. I don't know what your time frame is, but this is something. Oops, where did it go? Here it is. May have talked about it. You may have not have seen it, but this is called Slam into the 130. Okay, so okay, RBLX, good example here. Jammed up and slammed into the 130. This blue line is a 130 candle SMA. And what this scan is doing is it's looking for stocks that are bouncing up into the 130 line. However, the big difference is there's a giant filter in here that says we're not going to get any signals to sell short. Again, Iris, we're not chasing new lows. We're fading an intraday high at this particular level of interest. But the specific filter that's making this a very quiet alert, S&P has to be up 1.4%. So this kind of makes sense. The scan is that we're in a seller's market now, and we have vicious vicious bounces, short covering and people trying to buy the dip. So we get big intraday bounces. We've had a couple of those. And when those days occur, we get a lot of stocks that bounce up and slam into that 5-day 130 average. And so I created this scan to try and take a look at that. And I back tested it. So we're going to go ahead and back test it. And what we're looking for here is essentially we're waiting for 90 minutes after the open, and then we'll start getting signals. The exit, this is the key part right here. Okay, at the market open tomorrow plus 2 days. So this is a 3-day hold, tomorrow plus 2 at the open. And we're going to risk 2% on each short sell and try and make a downside target of 7%. We're going to scan all 64 days because what happens with this is it's been working very well for 64 days, and there are periods where it will go for a couple weeks with nothing. All right, so let's go ahead and simulate this sell, and it's a hold for 3 days unless we get stopped out. But again, it's a very weird scan because it will sit dormant for a couple weeks at a time. We have to have a big up move in the market to get these things to trigger. But the point is, it's a very viable scan, as you can see here. The average winner was $1.80. The average loser was 80 cents. Annualized, that's a 500% return. 307 trades over the course of 60 days. And again, they come in clumps. Let's take a look at that. When they come in clumps, I say daily. Here we go. So a lot of big clumps back here. Quiet for over a month. Not a good day there, but then a couple of big good days. So it's really weird. You'd like to see a lot of these scans that show daily opportunity, but this thing, the numbers don't lie. The daily opportunity comes few and far between, but when it does, like I said, the data doesn't lie, and those bounces can be a nice fade. So what I'm getting at, Iris, yeah, okay, so this is a swing trade, but for day trade, you want to kind of have that same mentality. You don't want to be shorting down here. You want to be waiting for the bounces, and I think that 130 line is a great reference point. So I'll do two things here. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to share the share my 15-minute chart so you can see how those 130 lines come into play. So I'll share my chart. Come on. So if you say you're day trading, Iris, the scam might not be for you, but the concept is still there. Okay, maybe you can experiment with looking at some trades on that chart that I just dropped and noticing that blue line, what happens when stocks bounce up into that blue line. That's your entry zone to go short. It feels weird because you're going contrarian to the herd, but that's what you have to do to be successful. And I will share the scan that I just back tested with anybody who wants it here. We're going to slam into the 130. Oh, I forgot to share my chart. Gosh darn it. Let's do that first. Save and share my chart. Okay, and then slam into the 130. It's going to be this. Here we go. Gosh dang it. These small windows get hard to maneuver. Jeez. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Oh, looks like I've missed some questions here. Let's back up. So that's the way I like to identify shorts, Iris, specific to your question. Michael, AFRM isn't worth what they thought either. Oh, FRM, yeah, I saw that one. Yeah, these things are just slinking lower. How's my U doing? Putting up a fight still. Yeah, there's many stories out there. Hello, Peter. Any thoughts on Switch? Just got bought. Well, the gap up is now no longer in play because the people who took the risk down here benefited from the overnight gap. But I will say this, for a day trade, it's holding up right here. It needs to hold that. The minute it breaks that intraday 15-minute chart, we might start to see some sloppy action. So it's a good looking chart. May 10th post market, that was yesterday. So they announced some really good news. It's a great looking chart. You just have to be aware that if it does break this 15-minute intraday line here, it's probably going to throw up a little bit of profit taking. But very strong chart. Very strong chart indeed. I mean, you could use today's low. If you were to buy it, you could use today's low and say, I've put a price alert in there. And if it breaks that low, then I probably don't want to be in it because it might be on its way to maybe filling a gap. It's hard to chase big gap ups, but over the longer term, it could be a very viable setup. What's the market doing? Just popping back and forth. Yep. All right. Perfect circle. When the market's in a tight lockstep and you believe the market in general is ready for a bounce, how are you picking the horse to ride for the bounce? When it's market wide, I think the ones that have sold off more are more interesting, like this AG. They've had a pretty big routing. But what I like to see is I want to see some really nice bottoming tails, and I'm not really seeing a lot of bottoming tails out there in anything. So that's a bit concerning for the most part. A lot of these reversals that could have developed from yesterday are just slowly giving it back. So that's I don't have a scan for it. It's just kind of top of mind awareness as to what's been going on, and I look through I look through my liked symbols all the time, every day. These are things that are in play to me. And there's nothing wrong with doing this type of stuff, but you just have to know where your out is, and you can't get married to them. And that's the problem. So I really want to see how this thing resolves by the end of the day, see if it can break back above this intraday 10 SMA. If it can, then that might be a change in the wind going into the close. But if it just wants to wallow and gravitate down near lows by the end of the day, I'll probably just sell it. Another thing you could do, perfect circle, is to look at these sectors. All right, which ones are strong today? And so you could try and do a top-down analysis of that. I mean, again, bring up Kathy Wood's ARC. I think this is a pretty good indication if you use that as a sector. That sector is just not quite ready to bounce yet today, and that's could be a bit concerning for maybe this U that I bought or the RBLX. Things can't get going, leading back down a little bit lower. Market's kind of due for a nice little oversold bounce, so there's just no one way to try and peg what the best stock is to jump into. I just try and find the things that maybe have a reversal candle the day prior. That would help. Sector plays, strong sector. Oil and energy look to be the strongest sectors today. All right, VJ, do you have any strategies for day trading? There are some in there on the shelf, put away, that I don't really use because I'm not personally, I'm not a day trader. But I'm just trying to think if there's a good example. If you haven't talked to Barry, he definitely has some good scans over there. Let me just. Oh, I know that one's not going to work well. That's in a. See, sometimes you got to be like a baseball manager. I was going to go pull one off the shelf, but I know that one I was going to pull off the shelf really only works in an up market, in a bull market. So it's probably not even worth trying. But we can try it. But I'm pretty sure it's not going to give us what we want. bouncers. Yeah, this is one that normally would work in an up market, but it's just not working because we're in a down market. So I can't even, in good conscience, give that one out. Yes, Iris, it is going to be empty for probably for a while because that scan essentially needs a big day in the S&P to trigger that filter. Well, let's take a look. Plaza, there might be some working trades in there. If we go to all, let's see what we get. All right, FUTU was the last one. There it is, right? See, look at this. This is rather interesting. So there's our signal arrow right there. Okay, if you guys can't see that. And there's when it came in right there. Look at that, how it's just literally hugging that blue 130 line. And so it can't get back above. So there's still, this is an open trade. We still have 2 more days to go, I think, 1 or 2 more days to go. It could drop down into here and be a profitable one. What else is on there? HDB. Okay, HDB triggered right there and has gone a little bit higher. Might have stopped out. I don't know. RETA went a little bit higher, but it's coming back now. SIG, that one was a pretty good one because it hit it right on the open. This SIG hit it right there. And it's in the money. So that one's probably going to turn out to be a good one when the trade closes. eBay is in there. How about that? eBay, look at that. Perfect. Textbook. Jam up right into the 130 line. And that's it. That's where you want to take your short sells. You don't want to be looking down here and saying, okay, the minute eBay breaks this level down here at 48, I'm going to short. Okay, that's not the way to do it because you might get bounced out really quickly. Fading the opposite direction, but using that 5-day moving average, the 130 calculation right there, that blue line, stocks that bounce up into that blue line can be a very good candidate, for selling short. I just don't trust selling new lows because you're entering a position that's pretty much oversold to start with. Whereas these types of entries, you're entering a nice up move. So you're giving yourself a little cushion if it does hold that level and dig in. Oh, looks like you is trying to fight back. That's good. Good for you. Get it? Good for you. Sorry, VJ, I don't really have anything. I didn't forget your question, but I just don't really have anything that I would love to give out. Let's take a look at one other scan that I might have. Okay, we're going to go back to live on that one. And let's look at the jam down, but I just don't think it's going to work in this environment. Again, the baseball manager has to know what the environment is out there. And a lot of these scans I have on the rack were good on the way up. Let's just see if there's anything to be had here. Oh, there's only one today, LPX. Whoops. Yeah, it's doing the same thing. However, I do like this trade. I do like this signal. It made a new low, and it triggered the new low. Looks like just under 71 right there. And the reason it triggered right there is because on the daily chart, you see my 10-day simple moving average. So here, LPX had a beautiful 2-day rally and has consolidated for 4 or 5 days now. But now it has given back half, and it's settling right into the 10 SMA. That big long spike this morning, typical. It's always in the morning when the algos try and stop hunt, and they bounce back up. again, this is a swing scan that I used to hold for a few days, because the idea is looking at the daily chart. It's strong and it pulled back and created a new low at the open right at the 10 SMA. So that's kind of the opposite of the slam into the 130. It's the same concept. We're looking for stocks that are coming the opposite direction, but at a level of interest where we can feel comfortable to jump in and buy. So those are really the only things I have off the shelf, VJ. I'm sorry I don't have more for you. Hello, what do I think about Dow? Yeah, material and resin, chemical. A little bit choppy up here. It's been holding up nicely for sure, but I think the real story to me that I see is this holding of the 50-day right there. That was a significant test and hold right here. Nice bottoming wick right at the 50-day moving average, and it came up. So this thing might be choppy for a little while until the 50-day moving average comes up to say hello. That's what I would think on that one. All right, what else do we have here? So VJ, again, we have the AI, which is part of the premium package here. And today the AI, which again is geared for day trading and short-term trading. And the AI spit out a bunch of ideas today. It looks like about 8 of them, 3 shorts, 5 longs. And yes, to answer your question, if I click on OLO here, you'll see the entry was right there at 912. The stop was down here, and the risk target is up here. So it gives you stop losses and also targets. Oxy just looks like it bailed out. Okay, so the AI said basically trailing stop here on Oxy, got in, good risk reward, but the AI will give you the target price and the stop loss levels. So that is something that you want to look at, VJ. I don't know if you're a current subscriber, but we do have the test drive coming up starting on Monday, where everybody can participate for 2 weeks at $11, and you'll have access to that AI panel. So you can just kind of wait for some ideas to come in and use those. It's probably the best answer to the question you've asked I can give you there. Does jam down to the 10 SMA more or less just better on an up day? It's just better on the daily chart, Plaza. That like the one that they came through. Was it OSO? Was that what it was? I remember what it was. It had a nice daily chart, and that's part of the filter for that. You've got to have a good, strong composite score to have a good chart going from lower left to upper right. This NASDAQ just does not want to bounce. So they work better on charts that are going up, and the filters will only ensure that the jam down buy shows up on charts that are going up. Yeah, let's take a look at that MRK intraday. Messing with it, yeah, and it just kind of gave it up. So, this is kind of typical for stocks that have momentum. By the time we get to lunchtime in New York, they start to lose a little bit of momentum and get a little choppy. So the day traders, your best time of the day, in my opinion, is the first 2.5, 3 hours of the day, because then things just start reversing and getting sloppy and choppy. Okay, very good, VJ. So that's what you're going to want to do. You're going to want to open up a new AI window. Here's the main strategy window, and then the AI trades window right there. And you can get to those when you sign up just by going to new strategy window and then trading window. And you reset those every day and just turn it on. What I would also recommend is to do this. You right click, you go to actions to turn the sound on. And the action will play the sound, and I've got it set text to speech. So that's always nice to know if you're looking at a web page or social media or another chart, you hear the AI call out the symbol and you know there's a new symbol that needs to be looked at and evaluated by you. Some people pass on all of them. Some people pass on none of them. Some people pass on some of them. It's just a matter of how you want to do it. That's true. The Plaza's reminding me for VJ, we've got a tool called the Market Explorer, EME, Market Explorer. And this is just a blank window, but you can come in here and there are many prefabricated, pre-configured strategies. 80-20 cross on gappers. I think that's a day trading strategy. 15-minute inside bars. Oh, we've got these now, huh? Interesting. Bollinger Band, 15-minute Bollinger Band, 5-minute. So you can experiment with these different scans, and you can say, okay, well, anything on that? Doesn't look like there's anything in there. There we go. Finally, they came in. Oops. So that's another tool that can be explored during the test drive. Yes, also in Barry's homepage, he's got a lot of his scans on there. So if you're coming through the test drive, VJ, definitely park in Barry's room. He'll have a lot of information for you. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, if you can type whatever you want, Plaza, for steering people to good content. Sounds like you might have a layout page you can point you towards for somebody that does share their day trading strategies. Okay, guys, it looks like we're caught up here. Bottom of the hour. Market is very choppy. Oops. Just a lot of back and forth, back and forth. That's kind of what I feel is shaping up here. Some of this stuff. We did not get a oversold relief bounce like I thought we might. You know, the CPI inflation numbers probably didn't help much. Does COVID have me? Do I sound different? I got kind of a stuffy nose today. I did have COVID over the summer, though. That was nasty. Seeing a lot of red coming through the high lows. It's just a lot of back and forth. Probably a pretty good scalper's day trader market. Yeah, I'm not happy to see these things I bought into just slowly decaying. We're going to need to see better. Yeah, I got allergies too. It's probably what's going on. But I'm not really doing a whole lot, not really deploying a whole lot of risk. Just kind of nibbling here and there, dumpster diving, tight stops. I never got the vaccine either, Treacle, but it got me, and now I have super immunity. So I'm comfortable with that. TRD, yeah, definitely playing ETFs might be considered a safer play. Because there's a lot of individual name risk out there right now. That's actually a good point. You can do that. That kind of corrals the risk a little bit for individual name news surprises, which can and will happen at any time. But I think some of the safest plays are to just stand out of the way. And if you look, because again, a lot of charts are looking, they're beaten up. They're beaten up pretty bad. And I think the best thing to do is just stay out of the way. The reason I took you today was because it was selling off hard and then just a blow off gap with bad earnings. And I thought, well, if there's ever a chance that a stock could recover bad earnings, that are priced in, this one has a shot. So I decided to take that one. And then also AG, again, a sector approach, top down. Seemed like gold and silver had a good aftermarket, a good overnight. And I purchased them yesterday, right off this little spike down here, basically in that shuffle. So what I'm getting at is there's good risk reward here. If you're wrong, you know where to cut it. Like I mentioned earlier, I'm in this TGB, all right? I'm risking 7 cents, and boy, I might get tested here. This is really unfortunate. Really thought we could get a little something here, but if it goes out and takes out yesterday's lows, I'm going to have to reevaluate. Really annoying. All right, 1 second. I got to do something here, looks like. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to do something here real quick. All right. Yes, superhuman immunity, supernatural immunity. That's what I meant to say, Treacle. Okay. Thoughts on the eye? Yeah, today. You know, Merck actually was on the eye yesterday. Kind of slipped that one in there. Today, let's take a look. All I'm going to be really doing is seeing what's going on right here. Hershey is so far holding up, doing okay in the intraday test there of the 10 SMA. The daily, love to see it get a close above like 227. You can see every time it gets up here around 227, it falls back. So a close posting above that would be a nice clue going into tomorrow for possible follow through. BTU gave it up right there. See, there's the signal candle on the intraday, but this isn't, the eye is not a day trade scan. The eye is slow it down. So it broke that, but look where it found support at the 130. So the gist of BTU is it really gave back more than you'd want to see there. But on the daily chart, it needs to come back up and close. If it can post a closing candle today above this declining 10 SMA, that's a good first start. If this thing just gets smothered and just closes back near lows with a giant wick topping tail going through that declining 10 SMA, that's going to be rather bearish. SIMO, I do like. I like this one a lot, okay? Peter, if you're still listening, here's a stock that gapped up, right? But I said be careful. If it breaks that gap, it might start to come in and fill. But this one is holding nicely. Looks like that $90 level is kind of the line in the sand. And so I think when the 10 SMA comes up to meet this, we could see some nice movement out of there. So I think I like the SIMO chart the most out of all of them. What do you suggest for catching increases in volume on low float penny stocks? I would use, and you can see I've actually got those two data points here, volume 5 minutes, volume 1 minute. Right now, SIMO is asleep. 100 is normal 5-minute volume based on, just so you know, we're going back in that stock in our database for that symbol and checking 10 days worth of data, comparing today's time of day to those days' time of day, coming up with an evaluation. Actually, that's relative volume. It's comparing 5-minute candles going back 10 days to today's 5-minute candle and assigning a value. So 100 would mean, hey, well, Trade Ideas says looking back 10 days, the current volume for this 5-minute candle is 100%, which means it's normal for the last 10 days 5-minute candle. But when you see these things explode up 5, 6, 7, 800 or 1,000% and go 10 times normal 5-minute volume, that's the key of the OTC stocks coming alive. So what you would do is just something simple. You could say, give me a new alert. I want new highs. Okay, great. My specific filters. Let's hide the unused. Volume today is probably a good one too. You could put like 100,000 in there. Price, okay, so maybe 5 cents, $5, something like that. So you're doing the OTC stuff. And then we want that volume. Okay, 5-minute volume. Let's experiment here. Let's do like 5,000% on the 1-minute volume and 500% on the 5-minute volume. New highs of stocks between 5 cents and $5. That's it. All we want to do, and this is the key right here that you asked about, what can we really do to try and isolate volume, increases in volume on low float penny stocks? Float, we could probably add that as well. That's not in here, but you could easily go in and grab a float filter, shares, add filter, and say anything under 20 million max. So what are we getting? We just got AFI. What is AFI doing at the moment? Exploding in volume. So when did the AFI first come out? AFI first came out a while back, it looks like. This one's been all over the board today. So AFI, look at this. This arrow is working its way backwards as I go through history. Remember, history will show us all of the repeats. We can't segment the non-repeats in history. Wow, this thing came out like immediately this morning. So I'm just going to leave this as is. I'm going to set it back to real time. You can tweak it however you want, but it only came out with 1 or 2 symbols today. But it looks like it came out with AFI early, around 20 cents this morning. That's been a pretty darn good move. So kind of pleased with the way that came out. I will, let's clean this up a little bit. Let's get rid of description. And I'll just keep that. There we go. Now I can share this. You'll have to give it a name too. I didn't name it. It's called Breaking Out on Volume. I guess that works. Low float, high volume. So yeah, Bill, on that scan right there, AFI was caught down there at 20 cents. I can go to configure and we can look at symbol list, single symbol, AFI. History today. Came out 2 minutes after the open, and then it came again at 45 minutes after the open. And that makes sense looking at the chart. It popped up on the open, settled in, and this is probably the one right here. This 10-15 one, that's the money. That's the money one because it created a little range for the first 30 minutes. A new high came in with a blast of volume, and that was at 20 cents exactly. 20 cents. And it ran up to 73 cents. Not a bad one. Hopefully you can make that work for you. All right, good. I'm glad you like that, Bill. Gap and pullback to the 10 SMA in Market Explorer. Yeah, let's take a look at that, Plaza. Let's see what's going on in there. I'll be around for another 5 minutes, guys, then I gotta go. Okay. Gap and pullback to the 10. Now, remember, this is a daily scan. This is not on the intraday. This is stuff that's doing. There's the gap, and there's the pullback to the 10. It was actually earlier today. We only have two signals today, BBIG and HTH. There's our gap up. There's our pullback. So of all the Market Explorer scans, I do like this one. The concept was my concept, and Michael built it out. Anything that gaps up and holds that line. Let's look back in history a little bit here. Okay, that one gapped up but didn't hold. Gapped up, didn't hold. But that's the nature of the market right now. Things are just really getting beaten up and whacked around. So yeah, that's another good one to consider. VTNR, let's take a look. Energy, okay, it's had a good run. Very volatile the last 3 days. I think as long as it stays above the 20 SMA. See, yesterday and the day before, it held that 20 SMA. So you want to expect to continue to hold that 20 SMA. As long as it doesn't close below that, that stock is likely still in play. Here's my U. It just can't, look at this. It's just being really nasty. It cannot get above the 10 SMA. And that's why I use this indicator to kind of tell me what's the story, what's going on here. I see your point in the Plaza. Yeah, that the one we just looked at, the gap up and find the 10, that's very well could show up in the Market Explorer at any time. If it comes down and touches this 10 SMA, it very well could be even stronger than we realized. And when they do that, they don't even get close to the 10 SMA. They just like, oh boy, here comes the 10 SMA. Get out of here before it catches up to us. That tells you it's extremely strong. This has been pretty much the day today. On the heels of yesterday. So no wonder the swing trades aren't really working for me. There's no real good market direction. This is why if you're a day trader or scalper, it's a better market backdrop for people like that because you're used to getting in, getting out, quick hits. It's just not my tempo.
Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Barry, what is going on over there?
Okay, I wanted to make sure I wasn't on mute.
No, it was me.
No, I
I
just
was
thought
on mute.
you were on mute. Okay. Well, it's 12:51. If you want to take off now, you can probably answer Bill's question. The filter percentage move from the open.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
literally the change from the open, Bill.
Yep.
So if you do a search, just check out change from the open percent. That is the filter to use.
Yeah. I just use like exchange open percent, and then I'm going to add that column. And this comes in real handy for particularly sector analysis. I don't really care where the change overnight is on my sector analysis. I can sort from change from the open, and it tells me a whole different ball game here of what's been moving since the opening bell. So Barry actually was the one who kind of turned me on to that and reminded me I need to pay attention to that data point more so than change from the close a lot of times.
Well, it's funny, Steve, because what I do about 10 minutes before the market opens at 9:30 Eastern time, of course, I look at our sector status channel, and of course that's always the change from the close. So we're always looking at that. Of course, energy is usually either 100% or 0%, depending on what happened to oil overnight. But the interesting thing is, I always tell people, we look at this an hour or like half an hour later, it could be incredibly different. Not just energy, but any of the sectors. So, for instance, today, when we looked at change from the close for energy, I think only 10% of the stocks that made up that sector were up from the close of yesterday. However, 15, 20 minutes into the market, about 85% of them are up from the open. So you wouldn't see that. You know, if you were just always checking change from the close, because a lot of these stocks were still below yesterday's close, but they were starting to move during the day. You wouldn't see that unless you're using the change from the open. So I rarely use the change from the close anymore.
Yeah, and that's why I like to use change from the open as the primary point in the stock races. Especially on the open. I'm going to have to make a video of that tomorrow. Right when the market opens, I can take that sector ETF list and do a quick race on change from the open to see who's jockeying for early position from the opening bell.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's really the whole idea of the top list too, isn't it? I mean, you can find something that's buried halfway down that you wouldn't normally see, and now it's starting to run. You wouldn't normally see it.
Nope, that's the whole idea of the races. I get it. All right, Barry, I'm going to stand up and stretch my legs before a meeting I got to run to. So thanks for taking over.
Hey, no problem. Have a nice meeting, whatever that is.
Okay. Going to be interesting. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. Let me get my music on. Well, so Zach, thank you for the EVX, and you're right. You've got to be really nimble on this. I mean, I actually traded this a couple of times, but you got to be really nimble in this. No shorts available for me. Only second day that it's been trading, so no shorts available for me anyway. So Bill, to answer your question about an increase in volume relative to the previous days. Oh, thank you. Forgot to share my desktop. Give me a moment. Get all excited about. There we go. Okay. Why are you appearing at the bottom there, Steve? If you can see, why are you appearing like this? There was some kind of a trick, wasn't there? Steve may be gone. I don't know why his cloud link is appearing at the bottom there. Steve may be gone. I have no idea why that. There was some kind of there was something to do, and let me just. Yeah. So I'm sorry, guys. I don't know how to get rid of this. I don't know how to get rid of that. So. I don't think there's a little X to do it. Anyway, so you guys can see my in YouTube. You can see, but it's just that you've got this. Unfortunately, this cloud link that's covering up the bottom. Maybe I'll ask Chris. Give me a moment, guys. I'll answer your question in a moment. In a moment, Bill. There is a filter that compares previous day's volume. Okay, but just give me a moment. Okay, so Bill, I want to make sure, I'm pretty sure there is a filter for that. There's a volume previous day. Volume yesterday, okay. Volume today. Looks like you have to create a custom formula. Yeah, so it looks like, I don't even know now if we do have volume yesterday. We have it as percent, but I don't think we have let me just see in our custom formulas if we have actually a data point for the volume yesterday. Okay, got it. So bear with me, Bill. Let me just see if there is an actual data point for yesterday's volume. Okay, so there is one. You know how to make a custom formula? It's pretty simple in this case. It's just volume divided by. Have you ever made a custom formula, Bill? Well, it's not it's really, really simple. I mean, it's not, um, well, this would be the formula, and I'm going to show you how you can create it, okay? Just give me a moment. It's not hard. It really isn't. I'm no coder myself, so okay. Give me one moment. Okay, so there's the formula. Okay, Bill, if you can read it, the TV stands for today's volume, and then you're dividing by yesterday's volume as an example. Okay, so if you wanted today's volume to be greater than yesterday's volume, and that's just a ratio right now. So if you wanted today's volume to be at least double yesterday's volume, you would put 2. But here's how you create it. Now, what you have to do is go to our user guide. It's very simple, really it is, okay? But that's the simple formula to use. And if you go to our user guide, it's gonna be a link. I'll give you a link. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, Okay, and you click on the education section, and then you click on the user guide. And when you come down to custom formulas, okay, click on that, and that'll show you how you can create this custom formula. It's very, very simple. I mean, that's the formula that you would type in. You'll have a like if I show you a custom formula that I've got, for instance, and I can't create it for you because I don't have access to our back office. So see, when you create a custom formula, this is what's going to happen. So if you look at that guide, then you're going to have this little source box, okay? And that is what you'll type in exactly as you see it there. Okay, that TV, but the TV has to be those square brackets divided by volume underscore P. Has to be, you can copy and paste it, and that would go into the source, and that's it. And you can give it a little description. If you want to say something like volume greater than yesterday, okay, greater than yesterday, because what happens when you create the custom formula is you'll notice it's just another filter. Well, you can't see it here, but it'll look just like another filter, like a price filter or any other filter with a min and a max. So if you wanted to see minimum volume increase from yesterday of 2, so if it traded 100,000 yesterday, it has to be trading 200,000 today, as an example. Okay, so you would use that min because you'll have a min and a max, just like any other filter once you create it. And why I say give it a name, because you can search. Remember how you can just get rid of this now. Give me a moment. Remember, with an alert window or a top list window, if you right click, configure, search. So if you gave it a name like, volume twice as much or volume greater than yesterday, and you just started typing that in, you would be brought right to the filter. So give it a name that makes sense to you. If I type in volume right now, and I don't have that filter, or I didn't create that one, but if I type in volume right now, you'll notice that if I scroll down a little bit, I might even have I've got a couple of, what is this one, volume yesterday? Okay, you see, I've got something here, but all you have to do is create, what is E25 for me? But it's a good exercise to go through anyway. You want to create your own little, basically the custom formulas are simple. It's just taking data points that we have and combining them in a way. So we have a data point for yesterday's volume. We have a data point, of course, for today's volume. So now you can make a little formula out of it. Okay, good. Meanwhile, guys, woohoo, this is the only one I'm in still. This is this short of OLPX, just a little beauty. A really, really relaxing trade. Hardly any little jogs up and down. Still in this one, 1360, so I'm over $1. I did cover some at 1310, but now we're at 1234. Awesome little short. Gave me way more than I thought it would. And meanwhile, yeah, the market. What a choppy day again. If you weren't around in the pre-market or looking at it in the pre-market, the SPY had this beautiful pop, and then the CPI numbers came out at 8:30, huge drop, and then a great recovery. I mean, basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, almost a 2-hour recovery. Then we had that moment, but that didn't last. It'll pop up. But now we've got the big moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, an hour and a half straight down. So, real choppy stuff. And so what you would do then, Bill, to just further, so you could use that, and if you thought, okay, I'll put double the volume or triple the volume, whatever that number is, and then just put a very low change from the close or change from the open. I mean, maybe change from the close. So you'll see that it hasn't moved much from yesterday, and yet the volume has increased, if that makes sense. Because I think what you're trying to do is something that's moved like a big volume move compared to yesterday, but it hasn't moved yet, price wise. Yeah, well, then you can absolutely create that. Absolutely. Obviously put a price range in and all that sort of stuff, but other than that, yeah, you can absolutely create something like that. Meanwhile, no disconnect anymore, guys. Last time I looked, the Dow was up about 250. The Nas was down somewhat, but no disconnect now. Everything's down again. What scan was it for OLPX? What scan was that? Well, first time I saw it was here, okay? That was in the basic new highs. So that's the first time I think I saw it. Now, this, of course, was in theory. Yeah, so this in theory was, something that was moving higher. So what drew my attention to it though were these topping tails, okay? And I thought, okay, it looks like it's run out of steam. So it wasn't coming out. Let me also see if it came in my gap up and reverse scan. No, I don't think it did. But so I saw it here. I saw OLPX right here. And when I saw that, I thought, okay, let's start watching it. And then, but again, when they had these two topping tails in the 15-minute chart, I thought, okay, actually it was on the 5-minute chart. Maybe it's run its course. So I started watching it. And, the market, this was an earnings play. And, my bias is to short these pops, especially something that's fairly accelerated. So in other words, that's where I saw it the first time, was just in the basic new highs. So again, just because I get something in the basic new highs doesn't mean I pile in and take the trade on the long side. I'm surprised it didn't show up in the gap continuation or reverse, and maybe. Yeah, well, evidently some filter did not, because obviously this is gapped up. Oh, you know what it is? I know exactly what it is. Yeah, there's the first print. So it didn't really have a gap. See, it wasn't, so it wasn't a gap on that first print. That's why it did not show up in the gap up and reverse. But see how few you get. Even on a day in which at the beginning, well, of course, at the beginning, the market was down. But even here on this surge, an hour-long surge, hardly got any new highs. But look at all the new lows. Now, again, these are with filters in place, of course. I mean, of course, there were other stocks making new highs and new lows, but with these filters in place, and they're pretty tough. Current volume's got to be at least 8. So it's got to be really trading abnormally. And I like that. I mean, I don't want to get a ton of alerts. Yeah, you guys on the coin, good grief. One day I'm gonna join you guys. One day. That was a great break out of consolidation here. Uh, Boy, guys, this Unity, if it takes out 31, I mean, it's low down here is 30.38, I think. Takes out 31. And if the market just continues like this, like who's really going to step in and buy? I mean, it's down 35%. Yeah, I know there are bottom fishers out there, but geez, I mean, the market continues like this. Now, I still have reasonable hopes for the CPNG. I mean, that came in Scan at 973. I know a bunch of negative news about it, etc. But nonetheless, it is still holding. It's not that far below that price of 973. I guess if the market ever rebounds a bit and it takes out that 973, that could induce me to take this trade. Okay. So I'm kind of waiting on this APEN to see if it really has another late day break, takes out that whole number 4 in a big way. It is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I'm just waiting to see if it can really take out that 4 level. 329 are the next lows looking left on the weekly. Not an earnings play. In fact, had earnings on the 3rd. Oof. Boy, that's why you cannot wander away. Look at that EVX now. I mean, it's a great little scalp trade. Right there. I mean, it popped all the way up to 1170 or something. Look at H&R Block. Look at H&R Block. I mean, this is just trading on its own. I think that there's too much resistance, not too far away, maybe 40 cents away. But H&R Block, I mean, this has just been basing. It looks like a buyout. It's not, of course, but it is an earnings play, and it popped up, and it's just been basing and basing and basing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert just over 28. And I'm also going to stick an alert just under here because I refuse to believe it's just going to stay here for the rest of the day. So, I mean, if I had any sort of bias at all, it would be that it would finally give it up as long if the market keeps doing this, but we'll have to see. Hey guys, I just flattened out of that in the simulator, the purple trade. Again, I wanted to make sure that that bug is gone, and it is gone now. It's not doubling my profit. So let's do something fun here. We're going to take this coin and we'll short 100 shares as a swing. Let's see what's the spread. Oh, it doesn't matter. I don't care. I'm just going to sell it, send, because Zach says coin is going to $20. So yeah, that was probably one of the all-time misses though. The NVAX. I remember seeing that NVAX. Yeah, you're right. Around $3, just doing nothing. I remember it came up, when COVID started. Maybe we have something. And oh man, oh man. All right, guys, BHC is starting to fade. It's already been fading for a while now. Will it hold 10? I mean, that's the deal. Will it hold 10? Oh, another one. DTC, another one, all-time low. All-time low. DTC. I mean, you're chasing it now, but it's underneath 5, all-time low, earnings play. I'm sorry, it has earnings tomorrow before the market opens. I wonder what they're going to spring. Oh, there's. Hmm. So they're nice short from the AIs had some pretty good ones, guys. I was sort of not that much in favor of it a couple of weeks ago, but I have to admit, in the last couple of weeks, we've had some nice little trades. A lot of it is earnings, though. That's the only issue. Olo's and earnings, JXN is earnings. And why is it the issue? Because they move. They move. So All right, that doesn't look very much like stocks. So sorry, guys, I'm just going to delete the non-stock posts. Okay. Yeah, I'm just deleting the non-stock posts. Okay. So don't take offense. Hmm. Well, that CSSE took a long time, but now it is starting to work. Not in it, but I mean, in terms of the 10-day daily breakdown, 761 was the alert, 701 now. But a little bit choppy at the premium. Again, these are the guys who are buying Redbox in this rather interesting buyout. Keep an eye on Arcus, guys. RCUS. I've been waiting for a bounce on this one for a while. I mean, can't really see it on the 15, but yeah, maybe not. Okay, lots of choppiness right around that 1750 mark. This was guilt by association, same, I guess, same sector as the Roche. I think it was a lung cancer drug that did not work. I think. And here's a late entrant, guys. Oh, did I miss it? Maybe not. RYI, Ryerson. RYI now coming right into the 200-day moving average. When I say a late entrant, don't get too many 10-day daily breakdowns later on in the day. But this is one, RYI, and it's coming right into the 200-day, 2650. You can see it sitting right on top of it. So that might stall it. I mean, it may bounce off that or not. It keeps grunting at me. That's my sound alert. So there it is. 2650, 2670. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just changing headsets. Okay. All right, guys, here's a case in point with the JXN, okay? Remember I was saying how if you miss the original alert, doesn't mean it's over? So look at the JXN, okay? So here was the original alert, 32.94. I mean, this is awesome right now, it's 6.8%. So when I looked at that, I didn't even see it. I freely admit, I did not even see it. So when I just looked at it though, you know me, I love these breaks. And just give me a moment here. The break under 31, just the break under 31, right around here. And so, kind of pause there, pause, and then it broke under 31, that whole number. And, I don't know where it's going from here, but just because you miss it at the 30, that's why I'm saying use it like a watch list. Okay. Just because you miss the original entry, don't think to yourself, wow, I guess it's over. It could set up again. You can get a setup that you like later on. Yeah, nonstop is right. Is it time for me to make my shorting statement? If you won't short, you're probably going to be sitting on your hands for a long time. Well, shouldn't say that. I don't know how long, but for a while. So if you won't short because your broker, restrictions in your account, okay, I understand. But if you won't short for psychological reasons, then I cannot help you. Wow, OLPX. This has just been a delicious short, guys. Just inching its way down and down and down. No stress whatsoever. Look at that 15-minute chart. Just making its way down. GME. I don't know why even. Oh, I know I had a scan that showed it to me. It's GME. 77.58. That was 2 months ago's low. I mean, you can take that out. Maybe it'll finally get back down to where it's supposed to be, which is probably 15. No, I understand, Daniel, but sure, you can buy the short ETFs, but if you're looking, I don't trade the ETFs. I mean, hey, listen, that's not to say that people shouldn't. If people can find a niche way to trade ETFs, fantastic. I just prefer the individual stocks because usually they give you the bigger moves. But yeah, there's no problem, no question. I mean, if you want to short ETFs or buy the short ETFs, sure. Yeah, so Carvana showed up in Zach's scan at 30.82. It's 30.09 now. I mean, you're gonna. I mean, will it bounce? Maybe at some point. Of course it will. Well, but how big a bounce? I mean, I can't get over how good this whole LPX turned out to be. I thought, this is a classic reason why I don't get out of a trade because of boredom. I mean, how many hours is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could say for 2 hours, I was kind of, sitting on dead money, understanding that I had shorted from higher, so I was in a positive position. But there was no reason for me to exit that short. Zero reason other than boredom, and that's not a reason. No, he's referring to me, PJ. He's talking about playing the ETFs. I think yeah, not great, but better than sitting on hands. That's what I was talking about. The fact that I don't like to play the ETFs. I like the individual stocks. So that's what he was referring to, your comment. See, I got to play Mind Reader in the room too. Maybe, boy, AMC, are you under 10 yet? Not yet. Wow, wow, wow. Remember, it's going to 100. I shouldn't, I shouldn't laugh. I mean, if there's I hope there's nobody in this room or in YouTube or whatever that have been holding on to these because some clowns are saying it's going to 100 or 1,000 or whatever number because there's this massive conspiracy and there's, billions upon billions of shorts out there that have not been accounted for. I really hope. I haven't even looked at my watch list. Everything is down, I'm sure. 1607. Wow, look at this watch list here. So UPST 2902. My goodness, all I had to do was look at this, my short watch list. I mean, what this is telling me, this is showing me the first time the alert happened and the price. So UPST 1119. There's the price 2902. Remember, this is a short. This blue arrow is showing you the candle which the alert happened. On the 15-minute chart, there it is on the 5, and there it is on the 2. Okay, affirm 1136, 1607, my goodness, 1491. Fastly 1050, 1018. LICY 651, not bad, 639. Mara 1081, 1054, not bad. Then the ruckus 1670. What? One didn't work. But seriously, guys, I mean, this is just on the upside. I probably not getting too much on the upside. My guess is that this was just a short day. Yeah, I mean, nothing on the upside. You wouldn't expect this was a buyout. This switch. Even the red box at one point 612, and it got up to. Is that right? Wow, that was awesome. 612, and it got up to 1070. I mean, again, these are not all, of course, you look at them, they're not all winners. They're ideas. But every single, other than this ruckus, every single short idea here was awesome. I mean, not just for pennies, but for big, big percentage gains. Okay, as long as you I don't know. Can you still get stock certificates? Can you actually still request them from a broker? All right, H&R Block is starting to give it up a little bit. Okay, remember I said I refuse to believe it's just going to stay here all day. I mean, in the face of this selling, 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 I mean, why would H&R Block not at least partake a little bit in this downturn? Yeah, it's so simple, Mookie, really, when you think about it. Man, guys, I mean, what can I say? I mean, yeah, the market's helping, obviously, but there's the JXN. I mean, I to use the AI effectively, just use it as a watch list. Okay, don't worry about the fact that you maybe didn't get in at a certain price early. Don't get hung up on that at all. Use it like a watch list. I mean, I didn't even know about this one, this JXN. But you know me, I love the fact when they take out those whole numbers. So, this is almost going to give me $1. Got all the way down to 29.80 or so. I cannot tell you how to trade anything really, but I certainly not the AI. I mean, it's you have to have some kind, but you have to have some kind of a trading plan. And I could say, well, one of my plans is, to focus on whole numbers. I'm very interested in whole numbers, highs of the day, lows of the day, looking left. That's kind of my style. I mean, again, I'm still in the OLXP, excuse me, OLPX. Still has not had any sort of a bounce. I mean, no bounce. Well, yeah, and Jay, you make a good point because you'd think, okay, look at the market. All I have to do is short anything. Now, ultimately, your short might work. The problem is if you're intraday trading, you've got to have a stop. Yeah, at least I believe you should have a stop, not just you, but anybody. And that can be the problem because something that if you're chasing down could have a pop. Yeah, sure, it could have a pop before it continues down, and that pop can get you out of the trade. That's what can kind of make it hard. And that's why your entries are so important. Look at this one, RYI. I mean, well, this one I actually said, watch that 200-day moving average. What did it do? It got to 2667, so to the 200-day moving average area, and it actually kind of bounced off that. So it depends on how, I'm just making this one up, but I mean, it depends how many shares you took. And if you had a tight stop on something like this, a person would get stopped out. You'd get stopped out on that bounce. You'd have to be 26.69 to 27. That doesn't mean that it won't continue on down later. I mean, guys, that's another reason, have this single stock window up, and then you can just at a glance, you can see where the stock is without even looking at a chart. You can see where is in relation to the 2-year range, the 3-month range, the year, certainly the lifetime, the 15 and the 20. You can get, without even looking at anything else, this gives you big clues about, what has happened to a stock. Relentless, man, relentless. What is it now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. Well, not quite. This candle just started, but well, Zach Scan can shout at me all at once. I have buy, buy, buy on this one. I'm going to have to keep saying no, no, no. Not until this stops. I mean, there's the first alert for Carvana was at 31.47. Is that right? Yeah, 31.47. And it just kept dropping and dropping and dropping. So yeah, bounce plays, yeah, they could be good, but not when the market is completely against you. Wow, how ugly. Oh my goodness. And the thing is, I mean, they're not, that's a fairly wide candle, but this is now, these candles are, relatively narrow, but just inching down, 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 down. I did not take the burp again. It was way too frothy at the beginning, but now look at it. BRP, this showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. All right, guys, sorry about that. Back BRP. Wow, wow, wow. What? A green candle on OLPX? Are you kidding me? All right, guys, the 8-pin is starting to move a little bit underneath that 4 number. The one from the 10-day daily breakdown. Not an all-time low, but it looks close to an all-time low because it must have been some, I think we looked at this earlier. Yeah, this was an $800 stock, $828 stock back in 2011, I guess, or 2010. It wasn't really an $800 stock, but it is probably split who knows how many times. So that is a split adjusted price. So that's why, I think I mentioned this before, that's why you would think, well, how can that only be 0.5% above its lifetime low when you see these down here? And that's the reason, because it's in the range. So if 800 is the high and 3 is the low, that is only 0.5% above. Oh, you see, I mean, if this market ever stopped going down, I mean, this could turn into a nice little bounce play. I mean, Zach scanned at 1451, so it's just above that. But, you know, you trust these, but it might. I mean, you know, the thing is that there's the resistance up here around 1580. That's over $1 away. I mean, the major resistance. So if we ever turn around a bit, this could turn into an awesome bounce play. And I'm talking about the relay, the RLAY. But the market has to stop going down. You know, maybe a break of 1464, because that's the high of those two 5-minute candles. So in a market in which we get any sort of a bounce, you guys are scaring me. I'm just not seeing that in Vancouver. That's Campbell Soup doing. Good, falling. People are. No, I was just thinking maybe that last candle might turn green, but so far, nope. This is prime though, guys. I mean, if we ever get any sort of little, even for 15 minutes or so, a little move, this RLAY is prime. for a bounce. I mean, it may do it without the market. I don't know. I mean, there it goes. Whew. And Netflix, wow, my goodness, Netflix. I don't care. I still like Netflix. I don't care. There you go, Mike. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, look at the relay. I mean, that looked almost like it could do it, right? Almost like it could do it. Got that little topping tail right there, but look at the market. I mean, the market is just not allowing these bounces. But even, look at the JXN. It bounced. Okay, I'm not in it anymore. Of course I'm not. So even though the market's doing this, this is where you can get stopped out and you can drive yourself crazy thinking, well, how come it did this when the market is doing that? Why didn't it continue down? Well, that's just the nature of the market. Every stock is a little bit different. So that's why, you've got to have some kind of a plan to take profit, even if you think, well, the market's just continuing down. Why don't I just stay in this? Now, ultimately, maybe it reverses, but to me, that's way too big of a bounce to try to stay in from 30 up to 30, almost 31. That's a dollar bounce. Hmm. I haven't looked at Apple in a long time, but I'm sure I'm going to be shocked. Hmm. I guess there's your big area is way down here around 123. Looks like there's 125 or so. Looks like there's pretty good support there. Did Facebook give up 200? Uh-huh. All right, well, this OLPX is finally giving me a little reason to exit some of my trades. So I don't have some left, but I'm out the majority of this one now, as it's trying to maybe hold that 12 level. Well, if we rally, I mean, there is a green candle. There is a green candle. But what time is it? 2:00. Wow, okay, that's the start of it. Will it last? We're a minute and 30 seconds into that candle. So now let's take a look at the relay. And it's probably moving with it a little bit. Well, will this remain green or will it just crush the long spirits again? Four days. Pick a number. Oh, how about one day? I thought it was still around 18. That's a little I know. Well, I guess the best thing that could happen is that all these things get destroyed and get down to sort of decent levels, and then they bounce from there. That's all I can, if you're looking to go long. The problem is, I mean, I get it. A lot of people have a lot of these stocks are in their retirement funds or whatever you guys call them down there, IRAs, I think, and other types of funds. So yeah, it's got to be pretty bleak to be watching all this. All right, guys. Well, I'm just getting not too many new alerts right now. So again, this is just just testing. I'm gonna keep this coin short. This in the simulator. Yeah, you hit that one right, Mookie. Stops, and well, in my opinion, anyway, stops can't be arbitrary. Listen, when I started out, 10-cent stop every trade, 15-cent stop every trade, 20-cent stop every trade, a fixed number every trade. Doesn't make any sense to do that. I know people will do it. 0.5%, 1%, a fixed number. Doesn't make any sense. To me anyway. It's not based on anything. All right, guys, I think I'll join in a little discussion, internal discussion. Sorry, guys. All right, guys, what time is it now? 2:10, so I got another 50 minutes or so on the mic. The room will be open until 3:30. Today, Chris will be in our YouTube, yes, in our YouTube room at 3:30 when I shut down the main room. So I'm kind of just sitting on my hands, a couple of things in the fire, but just sitting on my hands. So if you have any questions, now's a good time. Anything to do with the test drive, maybe wondering, what it's all about. Any other types of questions, fire away. Just give me a moment. I'll be right back though. Or even this one, this flyer, even the BTTX, which is not shortable for me, even this one is completely and utterly giving it up. The interesting exercise to see what stocks are at an all-time high. Let me see if I have lifetime highs. Okay, who are you and why are you up there? Ha! Well, this is a buyout. SWCH is a buyout. Let me see what I've got for my configuration. Okay, I'll even get rid of the current volume. Okay, so it doesn't have to be trading abnormally. It's 200,000 shares. I won't even, it doesn't even have to be up for the day. And so what I'm trying to find are stocks that are within 5% of the high. So I just took those two out. Let's see if anything came in. Okay, so these are stocks within 5% of the high. As an example, okay? So there's CNR, good old Canadian. Oh, I was going to say CNR Canadian. Well, if you're Canadian, you know what CNR is. But anyway, Cornerstone Building brand. So that looks like this was a buyout. Yeah, this is a buyout. Okay, so that you can just tell. So forget that one. TSEM, another buyout. Looks like another buyout. MTOR, another buyout. Look, you see the pattern here, guys? Now, Dino is not. So Dino is an IPO from a couple of months ago, actually not doing too badly for whatever reason. Petroleum refineries, okay? And then ATRS, another buyout. So, the only stocks that are near all-time highs, other than that, well, and it just disappeared. How about apps? APTS, another buyout, and ATRS, another buyout. So, you know, there's nothing, which makes sense. But if you found one, you'd say, "Wow, I gotta watch that one." So there is nothing except for the Dino, and that's so new. They do. Price target raised to $52 a share from 38 by Cowan. Okay, so you know what? Stick Dino. Watch it for a while. This is a shortable one for me too. Lots of shares, 2 million. So I mean, if it ever does want to give it up, it's got a long way to come down. But Dino is sort of an interesting one, I guess. So Daniel, I'm not Steve. Steve is more the expert on those SMAs, but I think he uses a 10-day on every one of them. His main one is on the 15-minute chart, though. I think Daniel. Okay, the jam down to the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Okay, so I don't know better, but I think he concentrates more on the 15-minute. Okay, yeah, that's earlier. Steve was in the room between 12 and 1. That's okay. I'm going to disagree with you, Zach. The saddest market probably ever seen in history. You didn't live through the 2008 to almost 2010. So that was a sad market. Okay, guys, we're actually getting a bounce here. So, I mean, keep an eye, I suppose, on the relay. Keep an eye on the relay. If the bounce continues, wouldn't this be wild if we get, the last hour and 45 minutes straight up? Oh, I see why you're talking about the SST. Oh, I see. Excuse me. Now I understand. So 1191, yeah, if you took it there, that's not bad. I see now why you're talking about it. How easy was it to get there? Looks like it got up here. I mean, looked like it was a quick pop and then a drop. Hmm. Okay, guys, short-lived. Short-lived. I'm looking at the SPY here. A nice, we had one nice 15-minute green candle, but this may be short-lived. I was actually getting set to take this relay. That's okay, Zach. I'm going to wait for 20 in our simulator. Okay, for a coin. So I can't forget this Dino. For some reason, I'm not, well, not for some reason, I'm not going to forget this Dino. DINO, it's the only one in that I can find that was making an all-time high, close to an all-time high. Only 2 months or 2 months and 11 days worth of data, but nothing else. All the other ones were buyouts. But I'd be looking at this as a short, to finally join the rest of the world. Well, if that's correct, 2023, then we're in 2008, 9, 10 territory. I mean, if that happened to be correct. All right, for you BHC players, I have it thumbnailed. That's why I happen to notice this right now. And it 10 held. 10 is holding anyway. A little bounce here, not very much volume in it, but probably a lot of resistance around that 10-20 mark. If it can crack that, then you've got a shot to the high of the day. Wasn't even looking where the VWAP was for coin. 55.62. So yeah, so revision to that. Reversion. All right, well, okay, that turned into a green candle, guys. Maybe we'll have a nice rally into the end of the market, into the close. Got to be a ton of resistance right here for coin around 56, right around that VWAP area, 55.61 to 56. Got to be a ton of resistance. One would think. You know what I lost sight of? You know what I'm going to say, guys? Relay. Look at Relay now. Took that out. The market is helping, of course. It's moving with the market. Shoot, I lost sight of the Relay after thinking about it for an hour. Oh well. Sugar is right. Now look at this. What a great bounce. I mean, there was my alert set at what, 15, 1450 or so. So we're getting some bounces now. For how long? You got to be in scalp mentality on these bounces because you know the market can just turn immediately. All right, guys, it's 2:28, so another half an hour or so on the mic for me. So before I do get off the mic, just one last reminder about the test drive, etc., and my homepage. So I'm going to put the test drive link in. Oh, if you want to try us out for 10 trading days, click on that link. And this is what you're going to see. So it will cost you $11.11 for 10 trading days. It starts on Monday. And you'll have access almost as a full premium subscriber. The only thing you will not be able to do is auto trade, but you shouldn't even worry about that, okay? So once the test drive is over, it's over. Nothing for you to do. Don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription, so don't worry about that. And if you're a standard subscriber and you would like to take a look at our AI for those 10 trading days, you can do so. It'll cost that $11.11. Same thing though, once it's over, you'll go back to being a standard subscriber unless you say, hey, keep me in premium. Okay? So this is what I would do if you take the test drive. First of all, if you're signing up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. So you're obviously just read. You're not getting data until the 16th. This is fixed, by the way, the 16th to the 29th. So if you can't start until the 17th, well, you think you're going to get 9 days. Okay, it's not 10 days from whenever you start. Or, well, can I start now? No, it's fixed. The reason for we have a lot of support set up for those time periods and also that's one of the reasons. And you can actually sign up for it, I think, to the Friday. So it starts on the Monday. You can actually keep signing up for it throughout the course of the week. Obviously, you'll get not 10 days. You could get 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, depending on when you sign up. But, okay. So if you do take the test drive, sign up for it, well, you will be able to access the program. Just get rid of all this. You'll be able to access the program about an hour after the market closes on Friday, okay? So what I would do is this. Before you do anything else is take the Let's Get Started. Okay, and you'll see it starts off with a download and installation. So there are 10 videos and a total of 30 minutes. Do that first, okay? So it'll probably solve or get rid of a lot of aggravation. So once you've done that, then you can take a look at the user guide and click here. That's the education section. Click on the user guide. And I would probably just look at these first four. Just know what the toolbar is, the channel bar, so that when you click on new and then dock channel bar, you see all of the theme-based channels we have, lots and lots of different types of scans in here. And then most of the scans, of course, revolve around either an alert window or a top list window or a combination of both. Okay, so I would, for sure take a look at this. You don't have to look at anything else. I mean, eventually you'll want to know how to create price alerts, I'm sure. Maybe a sound alert on your alert windows, but don't get hung up on all the information. I would just concentrate on this right here. Okay, and then the daily support sessions. This is now just going to go generally about what my homepage has on it. The daily support sessions. So again, one of the other traders takes over when I take my break at noon from 12 to 1. And Chris will be in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 today. He's on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday rotation where he does this in the YouTube room. So before I close the main room down, I will put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. You can sign up for this is the last webinar until the 2 weeks. There won't be any webinars during the 2 weeks of the test drive. So today is the last webinar. This is the one I help out on. Back to basics. Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, put this together. If you're new to trading, please take a look at this. What is a stock? It starts off with. Trade of the week, which is starting to work a little bit, MRK in a tough market. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free. I do a stock of the day video. Of course, that's free. We talked about the education and then all the scans. So again, if you're going to take the test drive, here's an opportunity, once the market closes on Friday, to take a look at my scans. You might see something you like. I love this gap continuation or reversal scan as an example. This is what I use in the pre-market. So you can take a look at my scans. So a lot of information in the get started, my scans, and the education. Save my link, then you can look at all this whenever you want. Okay? Yeah, what you see here is basically, what you'd get as a standard subscription. We have here are the time frames we've got. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60, daily, weekly, monthly. These are the time frames we have. Peter, you've been around a long time. Go to my homepage. No, sorry. Go to my homepage. All my scans are there. Click on my homepage and go to the scan section. Sorry, I forgot to put that link in the main room. So there's my homepage again. So such a good salesperson. H&R Block surprised me, guys. I thought it had a little bit of an alert down here, but it didn't really break out. So maybe H&R Block is going to kind of break out, especially with the market moving. Now, look, H&R Block did its thing. It didn't care what the market was doing all day. It's an earnings play, and it's trying to break out a little bit. And the issue with it, though, is if you look left, 28.33 is the next high looking left. That could easily stall it. Now, if you're willing, to get 15 or 20 cents, possibility, okay. But to me, it's just not enough reward. I know you can put the anchored VWAP on the chart. I don't use the anchored VWAP. I know one of these is a symbol. No. Who the heck is it? As far as a 2-day goes, I'm not sure. I don't use the VWAP on the chart. I only have it up here. I have the number. I don't use the VWAP on the chart. I remember when we first introduced it, it seemed to have some issues, but that's a long, long time ago. Where the heck is the anchored VWAP? It was embarrassing, I'm sure. Give me a moment here. Maybe I need a bigger chart. Well, I'm at a loss. I thought there was a little anchor on the charts, unless they've removed it. It's the pencil icon? Oh, the pencil icon? Didn't they used to have a little anchor? Oh, right here. Okay, so they combine them. Oh, okay, I gotcha. And yeah, of course I forget how to do it, but okay. So you can play around with that Nathne. It's if you take a look here, thank you, Pepe. Take a look at the pencil icon. It used to be on its own, but if you look at the pencil icon, and then there is the anchored VWAP, and then I guess it's a matter of just doing it. I'm terrible because I don't know how to do it because I don't use it. I think I might have done it. All right, let me practice. Give me a moment. I think you start at a point and then you end and it just draws it. So do you see the pencil, first of all, Nathan? You see the pencil, little pencil icon? You click on that and it's going to give you some options. One of them is a little anchor. Give me a moment. So I don't embarrass myself, I'll do it off camera. No, I can see I've been putting a whole bunch of them on. Didn't even realize it. See, I've been putting a bunch of them on. So I can see how already I've gone back a couple of days on the 15-minute chart. So let me get rid of them all. Okay, just give me a moment. Remove, remove, remove. Okay, now I'm going to try it again. Okay, just give me a moment, Anthony. I mean, I'm drawing them, but I'm trying to figure out how I'm drawing them. I know it sounds crazy. I just don't use them, so this is something that I'm just not. All right, one more time here. Ah, okay. I think now I understand. Just give me a moment. Sorry, guys. Okay, I think I have it now. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I got it. Okay, so I guess the whole idea is that you click on the icon, okay? So here is the pencil icon. Click on the anchored VWAP. So what I did was when I clicked on it, it starts at this time period and then it just draws it to the end. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Yeah. So you just click, yeah, you just so I started it right here. So I guess if I do this again and I say move it here, yeah, see? Okay, so that's easy. So you just put it where you want it to start. So in other words, you can do a 2 day, I guess, if you go back far enough. You put it where you start, click on it, and then it draws that. That's that purple line. You know, I've got two of them going. Okay. Again, I just don't use it, but I guess I haven't found a reason to use it. Okay, so just one last. So let's say I wanted the VWAP, the anchored VWAP to start right there on that candle. So I click on that pencil, click on the anchor, the little anchor, go to where I want, click, and it's done. And you can see right up there, here it is, a anchored VWAP. and you can see there's a purple line that has been drawn. You know, of course, you can change the color. Okay? So you're on an older version of Trade Ideas then. Yeah, okay. If you have only the anchor, you should probably upgrade yourself to the latest beta. Okay. I mean, you don't have to, but that's what I was looking for too, because in the past we used to just have we had the anchor. So you're on an older version of Trade Ideas. I mean, you want to stay there, that's fine. But for instance, do you want to see your charts and scans working starting at 4 in the morning Eastern time? Do you care? Go running from 4 to 8, 4 in the morning to 8 p.m. If you do care, you should be on the later version. Yeah, okay, well, we have 45 minutes. I guess in this market environment, that's not bad. 45 minutes of up. Yeah, H&R Block really didn't come down, and it really didn't. I mean, I like that break, but then you just look left, and you know how much further can it go? I just didn't think it could go that much further. So even though the market was on our side, not that it really cared what the market was doing all day. I just didn't like the fact that it was about 20, 25 cents away from those highs. So that's why I took a pass. All right, guys, I'm getting set to get on mute. Just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. So you could have looked at JXN the other way now. I mean, when the market was doing this, look what JXN was doing sort of the same thing. I mean, that's a good idea just to have the SPY chart or some one favorite. That could be the Russell. I mean, it depends on what your favorite is, but just to keep something like this alive because, you know, in my opinion, we're in a scalping type market. There's nothing new. Now, when I say scalp, I don't mean like scalping for a penny or 5 cents or 10 cents, but you can't rely on runs to keep going. So if you're into something that bounces and all of a sudden you see a red candle, you have to keep watching to make sure yours isn't doing the same thing. You see, even UPST had a great bounce, $3 bounce, with the market. Look at the market. I mean, look how it's tracking the market almost candle by candle by candle. And now there's a little red bar, and now there's a bigger red bar here, but red bar forming. Oh my gosh, is red box all the way back down there? What a day. Okay, guys, I'll be back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, Rio. Okay, I'll answer. Some questions are coming in, so I'll answer them. Just give me a moment. So here is the promo, or here's the link for the test drive. Okay. Question was, what is the link for the test drive? Here it is. Okay, okay, I can do it for you, Renka. You're gonna get all this. Typically, well, first of all, how many charts first of all, how many charts do you have right now up and running? And are you a standard subscriber? Mm-hmm. Can't do it then. The reason being is that this is my doc layout, and it has these charts in it, and you can obviously see what are there? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6 charts here. And so what would happen is, okay, but you need a premium service for 20 charts. So I cannot give this to you like this. So, but I have them individually. Just go to my home page, go to the scan section, and you can load these 3 windows individually. If I give you this right now, you're going to get an error message, okay? Because you're exceeding the number of charts that you're allowed to have. Well, you can upgrade, yes. I wouldn't, but I mean, I wouldn't upgrade. I wouldn't upgrade just for the charts. But if you want to upgrade, best thing to do is I'll give you a link to our homepage right now. And there are operators standing by. Just give me a moment. So just say that you want to upgrade. Okay, just go to upgrade, or sorry, upgrade. Just go to our homepage link. I'm just giving it to you right now. When you click on it, you'll see something like this. And then a little start discussions, questions and answers. Okay, so just tell them that you want to upgrade to premium, give them the email address, and then they'll look at your account and do it for you, okay? And the answer is no, it does not look at ETFs, Daniel. Unless it says specifically, no phone calls. No, 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 no phone calls. It's easy. Just let them just go to that homepage, start the discussion, and they'll be happy to help you. Well, right here, right here, okay, click on the homepage link, and where it says questions, yeah, maybe it's a little, you know what, I think that probably is questions and answers, and then ask. Okay, when you get asked, now you're into it, into the chat, okay? So yes, or no, the Market Explorer does not look at ETFs. I don't think there are any, unless there's something specifically to looking at it. No, I don't see, no, these are all stocks. I mean, are you asking, does the Market Explorer look at ETFs exclusively? Or would an ETF be included in here at certain, perhaps? Is that what you mean? See, all my scans, most of my scans, I have an exclusion for ETFs using the earnings filter. So it's very possible they do that here. Okay, so I don't know. Let me ask, just ask Michael if any ETF. There'll be very few though, very, very few. I mean, if you're looking for ETFs, I'd probably just go to our toolbar, doc channel bar, and ETFs, ETF racing. But let me just ask Michael if he actually put an earnings per share filter in there to exclude them. Hey, I'm asking Michael, I just asked the question, okay, see if they are. I'm getting an answer right now, Daniel. Just Okay, so you could see some ETFs. I'm just got the answer. So he did not put the earnings per share filter in to exclude them. So you could see ETFs. So the answer to your question is yes, they could show up. So when you say you don't know how to do it, Ranka, what do you mean you don't know how to do it? You are a standard subscriber. Are you talking about you don't know how to dock things or? I mean, I'll give this to you. I mean, you can have it. I'm not trying to, in fact, let me just go up here, just share it. It's called again, docked basic. Okay, docked basic highs and lows. I'll share it. Okay. So Daniel, in theory, they could show up on any scan. Okay. You know, if they meet the filter, if the ETF meets the filter requirements, is required, an ETF could show up in any one of the scans. It's like an ETF could show up in here, it could show up in here, it could show up in my gap continuation or reversal. It could show up in any one of my scans, except I put my an earnings per share filter in to exclude them on purpose. Okay, that's just because I don't want to see the ETFs. Okay, but if I didn't, then an ETF could show up on any one of my scans. I couldn't tell you which one. Oh, well, they could show up at any one. I couldn't tell you how many you're going to see though, or so when you say where will they show up, they could show up in any one of his scans. Does that make sense? So there's not one scan that's designed to show the ETFs. Yeah, the only problem is if you're just looking for ETFs, you know, you may not see very many. But you know, that's up to you. So in other words, but if you had a favorite scan and you didn't mind seeing ETFs, then yeah, go ahead and run it. All right, guys, it is now 3:04, so I'm just going to put my announcement in. Okay, so again, I'll hop on the mic if necessary. Otherwise, I'll just put myself on mute. Well, Daniel, that's what we all want. You want a scan that will give me a high probability for potentially making money. I mean, that's what we all want. But unfortunately, there's no such scan that's going to work, you know, every time. It depends on the type of trader you are. You know, are you a momentum trader, a pullback trader? If you won't short, it's going to be tough to do anything in this market. I do have more monitors. I do have, but you know, here's one I can't give you because here, look at this. I've got all these charts in here. Even if you took our premium service, you'd be way over. So, but why I've done it this way, Rinka, is to give you like here's a you know I talk about this gap continuation or reverse. It's not in a doc, but it's an individual scan. I wouldn't get too hung up on docs. I mean, if you know docs are cool, but it's not the be all and the end all. You know, I mean, it has an interesting look to it. That is the other thing you could do. Yes, Omni. If you really are interested in ETFs, just make a big ETF list. We do have, I think we might have, I don't know how many they got in here. So ETFs. So if you did this, I mean, if you just want, excuse me, if you're really just interested in ETFs, you can right click on an alert window, configure, symbol lists, and then click on add existing list. And you have to scroll down until you find ETFs. Should be something that just says ETFs, ETFs. Okay. So when you click on that, it'll show up on this side. It has to have to show up on this side, on the left-hand side. And then once you do that, then you can create your alert window or your top list window, how you want to monitor it. Because so you sort of the cart before the horse. Create your top list window or your alert window and how you want to monitor it. And then once you get the ETF over to this column, then you just click on, this is a drop-down menu, just click on only the following list and check it. And then say, okay. And then the ETFs that we have would be attached to your top list window or your alert window. And then you can monitor. And of course, you could always add, you could always make, or you can make a list yourself. I cannot guarantee every single ETF is in here. Okay, but you can always monitor it yourself. I think we've got so no, all the other everything on my other windows. Well, this is a doc one, but I'm sharing it as a doc, on my home page. So that is a doc. That's a doc one. Everything else is individual. All right, guys, I'll put myself on mute now. Well, I certainly was wrong about the H&R Block. I mean, that pounded through that area, no problem. So the next area, maybe tomorrow. Such a strong stock today. Maybe tomorrow, 29.62 is the next high looking left. But that did break through. Interesting. Oof, what a day is right. What a day. Now you talk about chop. Look at, I mean, take a look at the SPY. Let me get a big SPY chart out. Okay. Euphoria. Yes, yes, we're going to have a great day. CPI comes out. Oops. Okay, who cares? CPI came out. Who cares? No problem. Oops. All right, little pop. Oops. I mean, it's just, I mean, the thing you can say though is that it gave us opportunities here, not, certainly for 45 minutes, for an hour up, and then a little pause. And then, if you're looking on the short side, for almost 2 hours down, and then 45 minutes up. And now, so at least it gave pockets of it, that you could, get into trades and, for 45 minutes, an hour or so, which is all we can ask for in a market like this, in my opinion. Okay, we're not going to, so I don't mind as long as what you don't want to see is up 15, down 30, up 15, down 40, up 30, down 10. You don't want to see that sort of action. That'll just get you whipped out left and right. I mean, this at least gives you 45 minutes here. And of course, this was about 2 hours here, and this was about, an hour and a half here. So at least we had little pockets within the market of trend. And it's all we can ask for right now. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Chris should be showing up anytime now. So if you want to head over to YouTube for the 3:30 to 4:30 time slot while Chris is there, you can ask him questions, of course. Another one, guys, Avaya all-time low, AVYA. Maybe. AMC to $5, maybe. Still people out there pumping out, hold on, be strong, going to 100, going to 1,000. There's still people out there. Another one, another all-time low, MYTE, another all-time low. Boy, Well, I think I have an alert set for GME. I think it's around 77. Yeah, I have an alert set right there. That's a low of 2 months ago. I mean, maybe if it cracks that, it'll be all over for, well, for a while anyway. But we've seen this many, many, many times before. Funny, the average shoe range now is down to only $11. A few weeks ago, this was around 20 odd dollars. So it's settling down. I mean, so $11 is huge, but you know, a few weeks ago it was in the 20 range. There he is. I hear you, Chris.
You hear me? Excellent.
Well, I hear the pop. Now I hear you.
Perfect. Let's see. Let me get a screen switch. You're looking at GME. Is that broken 90 yet?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
82.
God, I can't wait till that company goes bankrupt and I never have to hear about that shit again.
Well,
so tired of GME.
Unless somebody who we all know leaves, you'll probably.
Well, you
that's
know,
what happened.
aside from that.
Aside from
but
that.
you know, I've had enough.
Even now, well, AMC's now under 10, so.
I saw that. I saw some tweets about that. I hear they've even come for Apple at this point. So I'll bring up an Apple chart real quick.
What was that? Sorry?
I hear even Apple can't escape it now. They've come
Nope.
for Apple. Oh wow, yeah, Apple down bigly right now.
Yeah.
5%. Wow.
Well,
you know, I've been saying this on Twitter a bunch. You're going to hear a lot more over the next couple of days, pre-pandemic highs, and I think that's where a lot of things are headed, is pre-pandemic highs.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And we'll see from there. So, all right, I won't keep you any longer.
Okay. Yeah.
Unless you want to hang out. I mean, toast. You know.
No, I'm done.
I figured as much. All right, Barry, you have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow.
You bet. Thanks, Chris. Bye-bye.
So today's Wednesday, right? I can't even keep track of days anymore. I'm going to be honest. Yes, today's Wednesday. Perfect. That's sad. I literally just had to look at my phone to make sure today was Wednesday. Yeah, they come for Apple now, even, I see. Just wow, you know. So anywho, fast times in the stock market, fast times urge on high, whatever you want to call it. You know, AI, you know, held up actually pretty good today. You know, I gotta say I'm impressed, and I'm one of the biggest critics of the AI there is. You know, AI really, you know, looked awful for 6, 7, 8 weeks, whatever it was. You know, it had some bright days in between. But we've seen actually now go back the other way, and it's doing a little better. And you have to ask yourself, is the AI looking better because some of the chop has ended and we've really picked a direction? I would say yes, that, you know, the optimization process was really knocked on its heels while the market was trying to figure out a direction. And now that we've really picked a direction here, especially over this last week, and I can illustrate a market direction with Apple pretty easily because, you know, the market is Apple essentially, or Apple is the market, or however you want to call it, chicken or egg. It's pretty clear what's going on here and how that optimization process works. So, you know, it gives you a real insight into all of it. Let's bring up that SPY chart real quick. And, you know, folks, if someone's got a question or comment or concern, please, you know, hit those. Do you like the app? Does the signal good trades or run options scanner? I'm not sure what you mean there, Greenways. I mean, I do I like the app? Yes, I've been using it since July of 2017. I, you know, now work for Trade Ideas, and certainly won't work for a company I don't believe in. One, two, it's not just the app. It's not just Trade Ideas software. It's the community that's built around it. I have no finance background, and here I am, talk to you about, what MACD is. I can talk to you about RSI. I could talk to you about ADX. I could talk to you about, there's things that we don't have for scanning, but we have for indicators, Williams R and so on and so forth. All these things I learned because of the Trade Ideas community. So it's a twofold system here, I would call it. The way I described it to someone recently, actually Mr. David Afariat, one of the managing partners, head honchos here, I said, I thought of Trade Ideas like this. What if I told you go to college for absolutely for free? All the classes are free. Every class you can think of is free. But you have to pay for the textbook if you want it. And paying for the textbook is Trade Ideas. And the minimum cost of the textbook is $1,000 a year. Seems like a good deal for a learning curve. Now, how you execute that education, that will be on you, just like anything you do with college, or any other trade school. If you go to trade school to be a plumber or an electrician, and you put no effort into it whatsoever, you don't come up with a plan, you don't come up with a marketing strategy, you don't have a way to deal with your customers, you're going to fail as an electrician or a plumber or a mason or anything like that. Well, the same thing with trading. You could have all the tools, you could buy the van, Trade Ideas is your work van. But if you don't have any execution or plan, what are you going to do? Yeah, you've got your wire cutters, you got your torch, or whatever it is for plumbing and electrical work. But if you don't know how to use them, what good are they going to do? You've got a great scan, but if you don't know how to use the scan, what good is it going to do? So it's kind of how I equate it like that. And I can see that my race is all stopped. Let's give me a shot of this here. Sorry, lost my train of thought. Just give me 1 second. Sorry, I had to type out this thing telling the dev team I've got the situation, and I can't make a ticket for it right now. So that's really annoying. The big differences between premium and standard is the AI, back testing, and more charts. Those are the three main ones. There's the RBI, GBI windows, but if I'm being honest, I don't know anybody that really uses them. New RBI, GBI windows. I mean, I like to look for them, RBIs and GBIs, but I like to do it on my own. I don't run a scan for them, but that's a premium feature. Having access to Holly is a premium feature, and back testing is a premium feature. And then what else? 20 up to 20 charts at once. Sorry, so I'm having some software issues really going on right now. And I'm not sure where it's stemming from. How did I come to be employed by Trade Ideas? I put out a tweet saying I was trying to, I was starting to eke out some decent wins trading, but I was, September of the pandemic, and I was tired of working for the restaurant that I was working in. You know, I worked in restaurants for 27 years, but I couldn't give up that steady paycheck for just trading. Not yet, anyways, not at that point. And I just mentioned some nonsense about it on Twitter, and someone specifically, not someone, Andy Lingwall saw the tweet and said, and direct messaged me saying, "Hey, look, I know you've been using the software a long time. I know you know the software in and out. How would you feel about a position in support with us?" And fast forward, here we are. So that's the the short and skinny of that story. Really something going on here. All right, so with all that said, this is really unfortunate with what's happening here. Let's see if resetting my connection fixes anything. I'm on a beta version, an internal beta version. I'm trying to get ready and push out to you folks. Let's see, race setup. Nope, nothing. We frozen. All right, let's see if I can load a new layout. I gotcha. Well, first, thank you for your service. I don't really trade for trade ideas. I mean, I trade my own account while I'm doing support here. I answer a lot of questions, test things, do a lot of troubleshooting for bugs and things of that nature. So, I just trade my own account. It's not like it's a trade ideas funded account or something like that that I'm working with. I started off with, I'm one of those stories where I started off with, an ultra small account and, slowly chipped away at it over the years. Not to say that there wasn't a lot of heartache involved in it and all those things like that. But that's that's life. Nothing worthwhile comes easy, generally speaking, of course. All right, let's see what happens now when I run these races. I lost that race I did. That's annoying. Made a new race today. All right, so I did this top list here. If anybody wants, I'll share it out and I'll go over what that top list is looking at. Give me 1 second to find a link for it. Yes, it is. It is really great. I won't lie. As the saying goes, do what you love for a living and you'll never work a day in your life. Sorry, just typing with the dev team, trying to help them out here with all this. So, all right, this is what I created here today. I did this scan here, looking at stocks between $4 and $40. Relative volumes traded 200,000 shares on the day. They have to be up over the last 5 minutes or flat, and they have to be within 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. So I want to see stuff that's, breaking out, trying to break out. And that's all I'm really looking for. And I'm sorting the stocks based on the position in Bollinger Band. So I want to see the ones that are, closest to breaking out on Bollinger Bands at the top. I'm one of those that uses Bollinger Bands. If you got the band here, let me show you. I don't have bands on my chart. I don't really use them in that sense. But indicators, Bollinger Bands at, be nice if things just click the way they're supposed to. So I'm one of those users of Bollinger Bands, like John Bollinger indicates, or originally had them, is that when you break the upper band, it's a long. When you break the lower band, it's a short. I'm not a mean reversion user of Bollinger Bands. For those of you that don't know, Bollinger Bands are 2 standard deviations above and below the 20 SMA. So I actually do have a 20 SMA right here. There's the bands. And so the way that John Bollinger designed them, the way they've been tested by the CMT and Whiskey and all them, when the upper band breaks, it's a buy. Lower band breaks, it's a sell. Based on your time frame and your parameters and things like that. Breaking on a daily Bollinger Band, I wouldn't say that's you don't trade off a 15-minute chart if you're using daily Bollinger Bands. So on and so forth. Keep it relative to what you're doing. Sorry, I just saw these coming. Chris, you said that you don't follow a lot of news. Does that help your trading? I want an explanation for everything, and that's not going so well. Yes, absolutely helps my trading. Because I come to a plan with everything I get in, whether it's a swing trade or a day trade. Obviously, I'm not really doing any swing trading right now. So if my plan is wrong, it doesn't really matter why my plan was wrong, is my thought process behind it. All I know is that what I saw in the charts, what I opted for stop, what I opted for the entry based on what I said it was wrong. There could be no news, there could be all the news in the world. I can't control anything with news whatsoever. So I might as well just push it from my mind as my thought. I don't want it influencing what I'm doing on a trade. Obviously I want to know if there's earnings. That's, a little different than that. But, if Heinz Kraft is, they shut down a factory or whatever, and I got into a trade of Heinz Kraft during the day, and then it comes out that they shut down the factory and I got stopped out. Well, I got stopped out. That's all there was to it. My other thing with news is you're never going to beat the news source. You're never going to beat the people that are in it the second the news comes out, because there's always going to be a group of people, regardless of what the rules and regulations are, they're always going to have the news just fast enough that you're never going to be able to beat them to it. And when I say a group of people, I'm not talking about any retail traders. I'm talking about the big boys out there, the big whales, the big boys and girls that are, really running the sandbox that we're playing in. A few weeks ago, I did something with some spike scanners and, showing that, these scans were catching things volume wise before the news hit the wire. Now, it was only 1 or 2 minutes, but that's all they need, So I feel like the news will influence my decision. My decision is based on charts, and therefore I do not need the news. That's not to say I never look at the news. I mean, if I see something wild go on in a stock that I'm not involved in, I'm going to bring up the news. I'm human. I'm human like anybody else. But that's that's just my personal preference. News is noise in general to me. So that's how I roll with that. Configure symbol linking. Sorry, I just want to kill that symbol linking. Only 2 positions I can find on LinkedIn are those 2 companies, and judging from online reviews, they sound pretty sketchy. I'm not sure what you mean by those 2 companies. Justice for the Colt, or Just for the Colt, sorry. I'm not sure what companies you're referring to. So, and I don't really comment on other companies, whether they're sketchy or not. Can you please recommend a good scalping strategy to start testing out in the simulator? are you looking to automate this strategy, Stephen, or are you just looking for, just a strategy to trade? If it's just a strategy to trade, I'm going to point you to this here. I shared it the other day. I don't know if you took it. Oops, sorry. Let me find it. This parabolic scan here. I think you can find some good stuff, long and short, and how you want to dictate if it's scalping or not. But the idea is you're looking at stuff that's made a big move or a fast move. So this is where I would point you towards. If you're looking for something for automation, then sorry, I can't help you, because I don't automate like that when I do automate. Yeah, so I would check this out, and I'll go over the scan right now with you, and use this as a template also. Build out some stuff on your own. Sorry, I gotta send some profiles. Give me 1 second. But what I've done here, and you can take and use it as a template. So like I said, use this as kind of a template. So, very simple what's gone on here, but looking at stocks that are minimum of $2, 125,000 shares traded minimum today, and looking at stuff that's up at least 10% in the last 15 minutes. So, see stuff that's really made a move up. And then, you could play it either way. Is it topping out, or is it, still going to have room to run? So what we're looking at stocks that have made a very strong move, and then let's look at what they've done from there. And so let's just look at the history of today. Here we go. So let's bring this up. Let's take a look. Maybe it's got a lot of alerts. So not a ton of stuff coming through here, but our DBX. All right. So we see this comes through a ton today through here, and we can see a beautiful move that ends up happening. Turns out to be a lot more than excuse me 1 second. Sorry, I'm getting some emergency text messages here. But we're looking at stocks that have made a strong move here. Now, the history is going to show every single alert essentially. So, so we're going to see this climb that happens here, right? And I wouldn't be going chasing something like this right away off the open, but some people like to trade like that. So don't forget that, just because I like to do something one way doesn't mean that that's the right way to do it. It's, these become personal preference. Sorry, I just have some emergency stuff coming up. So my point being here is that, there's no one way to, as they say, skin a cat. Hopefully it's not offensive to anybody. But so we could see, these stock, RDBX, it's coming in even 5 minutes later. All right. And it ends up being a great trade from both sides, to be honest. All right. So you've got, something that gapped down. All right. Why it gapped down, I have no idea. Oh, it's that red box. It was doing crazy stuff last week, right? Or the week before, whatever it was. So you got this thing that's gapped down, all right? And gap down reversals, they happen a lot, all right? And so we can see, and it's on this 5-minute chart, lots of time doing that, all right? And then we can see got right back up, filled that gap, and then got shorted from there. So really reasonable, reasonable strategy or reasonable trade coming right out of that. All right, let's see what else. And normally I don't look at the earliest alerts, but I'll be as unbiased as I can. BWV. All right, so again, we get a signal here in the first 3 or 4 minutes, and a nice little move off of that here. All right, so this thing, it definitely from both sides. Oh no, it's not really that much of an emergency. In full disclosure, I coach softball, and I'm one of the league administrators for our town. And COVID's running wild, and kids can't make games, and this one can't find a ride, and all those things like that. So Mr. Mom here, organizing everybody. So anywho, with all that said, glimpse into my daily life. What I'm illustrating here is I'm showing that there's definitely some plays to be had in this, some of them on the earlier side. Also, remember, we're in a sell the rips market. So, the odds are something ripping and then holding and then ripping again are very, 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 very slim right now. I would say very slim. I think everything is more apt to be, if anything that rips, prepare for it to sell afterwards. All right. And obviously you're going to see stuff with, earnings around it, the most action and all those things like that. So I would take this and use it as a base. I think when, Stephen, you're asking about scalping, I think you want to find stuff that's moving quickly in short periods of time. And so that's why I kind of went with this. This is that in between time here. But if we come to search, we do have these change 1 minute, 2 minute, 5 minutes, and 10 minutes as well. And we have them in dollars and percent. Some people prefer to work dollars percent. I'm a percent person. Some people are dollar person. So, again, there's no right way to do it necessarily. It all becomes what is it that you want to see. And I would say, you could even take it a step further. You can run, one version of the scan. You could do this, and you could, duplicate this window, and not just you, Stephen, but anybody that's following along. You could duplicate this window, all right, and then you could come into the figure and make some adjustments from there. Maybe there's some other volume parameters you want to add. Maybe you want to add Bollinger Bands. Maybe you want to add RSI, so on and so forth. 500 data points. There's a whole lot you can do in here. I think more you want to look at, the 200 and something or 300 data points that are filters, because I think generally speaking, you want to keep it to one alert per alert window. And I say that because not every alert will work with every filter set. So for example, if I'm building a scan and I'm building it on new highs, you're not going to want a standard deviation breakout alert. That doesn't make any sense. They don't go together like that. So you want to keep things kind of relative to what you're doing. So hopefully that's all making sense. And let me know if not, or if I'm unclear about something, you want me to dive further into something. Let's pull that down. Let's delete that. All right, perfect. And here's the thing. I've said this a few times, and I think you were here. We had this discussion a little bit the other day. And again, anything I say, I think should can apply to anybody. Run 3 or 4 scans that you can focus on during the day. All right, watch them live, see what's going on. If your computer can handle your bandwidth and all that, maybe run, another 3 or 4 in the background that you don't look at the entire day. All right. With, alert windows is more where I'm going with this. And then bring those alert windows up when your trading day is done. You got a moment, you can sit, kids are in bed, or you've gone for your evening walk, you've done your meditation, your journaling, whatever it is, your routine after, that I have a routine in the sense where, I try to get away from the screen for a little bit after work's done, after trading's done, after support for the software's done. But then, I come back in the evening, I come back in the early morning, whatever it is, and I go through charts. Now with the alert windows won't work as well because, for the next morning, but you could always also go through histories of alert windows. It's just that seeing them from their live vantage might be a little more beneficial. But go through those ones that you've kept to the side that you're not really looking at. So this way, you're still getting a great data set to look at, but you're not becoming overwhelmed with trying to look at too many live windows at once. So, you can minimize, I've got windows that are minimized in here, and I'll go through things later in the day, in the evening, whatever it happens to be. And that's kind of a direction I send someone in. So sorry, just looking at some of these alerts still, seeing what came through here. So again, Airy, this alert, the last, in the 690s, pops up to 740. So certainly, if you're looking for those scalps, those fast moves, there's definitely some alpha to be had on this. PLX, I think we looked at that. Yeah. So, again, if you're moving fast, you're looking for that scalp, this caught it towards the top here. You got 10 plus cents or so on it, but, you did have the alert coming in actually much earlier down here and all through here, as a matter of fact. So definitely some meat to be had on that trade. Again, some fast moving stuff here. So this isn't for the faint of heart or for shaky hands. I at the beginning of my trading, I was very shaky hands, pressing buy and sell and all those things. It was a condition that I had to overcome, essentially. And we can see, we're already getting up here on the scale, and we're still only at 950. So we can see the kind of market we're in. This was given some early stuff that was okay, and that was it. This was a beautiful short on the way back down. This was a wild one today, right? This one had a massive gap down. Yeah, massive gap down. Righty, so we covered this race that I did here. Let's put out some good stuff earlier in the day. I don't know if I have video of it. I'm working with a screen capture. I'm trying to do some stuff here and see if I can share any of these videos. So, all right, yeah. So, I've got these videos here and some good stuff that I found. RAPT. This had come through earlier, so we could see it already had 2 wins here much earlier than that. So, if I roll back, this is playing as a GIF, I think. All right, let's do it like this, where I can actually control it. And so, we can see here, if I pause, all right, this had come in. I was getting signals here that this was coming through. And so, I didn't actively trade it because I was involved in some other stuff for trading. But if I, if I was paying more attention, I'd set a price alert when I'd seen it earlier, made a really nice move, would have made a nice move off that price alert from, from breaking out of this consolidation period here. NPTN, had something similar to it. So it was, a good alert. So I shared that window with you folks. Let's see what else. There was something else that I think I saw that looked good here and all these, none of these, not marrying any of these stocks. You know, if I were to get into any of these, you're talking 1 to 5 minutes on these trades, maybe. You know, I am pulling the plug on any trade that I get in the money and it starts to reverse. I'm pulling the plug very quickly. Not sitting around for anything. This is not a market to be a hero in, that's for sure. So yeah, you can see a few of these illustrated here on this video. So some interesting stuff came through it. It was early on because later in the day, all this was showing me was inverse bearish ETFs. I'll save this as a race. I'll do it how I did it on the race here. So I think I went replace cars. We want change 5 minutes, delta value, and 10. All right. Symbol linking. Sorry, but I like it on red. So that's what you're getting stuck with. You can change it at your leisure. So I'm going to share this out as this race that I did this today. And I think this is going to become part of my layout. Fairly confident it's going to be part of my layout. So there you go. Have at that race. Will Mickey Mouse? Yeah, right. I think Disney is about as ugly as it gets. Well, so you could create a symbol list. You know, we can go file, or not file, excuse me, go tools, symbols list. All right, create a new list, put those, you know, call it whatever you want, your ETF list for whatever it is, put those in there, and then attach it to new high, new low, a basic new high, new low scanner. So you go new alert window afterwards. All right, and you come to symbols list. And you'd find that list that you created in here. So you'd add that list and you'd put a check mark in it and make sure this drop down menu is only the following lists. Okay. And then, you know, you'd come to search, add new highs. I come to search, add new lows. Just put a check mark in that. And then I would, if I'm only looking at those ETFs, and obviously I don't care about volume or price range or Bollinger Bands or anything like that. So leave window specific filters, no filters, and then just go okay. And all this is going to do is tell you every time one of those ETFs makes a new high or new low on the day. Just keep in mind that's only intraday highs and lows. If you want pre-market and post-market, you'll have to add those as well. So you come to search again, you know, pre-market highs, pre-market lows, post-market. Same thing again here. And that's all. So that's how you create a basic new highs, new lows, and have it pointed at just those ETFs and nothing else. And that's what I point you towards. Let me know if that makes sense. You got it. And again, if I went too fast on any of that, let me know. I can always go back over that. Also, excuse me, just got something caught in my throat. Also, don't forget I created, and there's a global link to it, an ETF scanner. Let me find it for you all. User's guide. Excuse my yawning. About that 12-hour mark on the day, I just can't help it. So let's see, layouts and scans. Trader's eye. Eyes on the race. Interesting. Huh. Well then, thought I created a global scan that went in here. Perhaps I'm wrong. file, load from cloud. I created a global ETF list. That I know I did for sure. Let me see if this is it here. Configure symbols list. Yes, sector analysis users guide. So you have all these symbols at your access here, and you can use that. All right. So if you come to any scan, you can take an alert window. In fact, here I'm going to make something for you right now. I'll share this out with everybody. Alert window. If you want a basic new highs and new lows alert window, all right? Basic new highs, new lows, ETF, select window symbols list, add existing list. Where are you? Sector analysis users guide. All right, and press OK. I think that's all I need to do, right? I'm going to share this with you folks. So please make sure if you want it. There you go. Make sure you save it to the cloud because I will, as I always say, I'll delete it at some point from my cloud. Sector. Momentum. Share. This is a topless version of what I just shared with you folks. All right. So there you go. Oh, you know what you're going to have to do though? Shoot. Anybody that uses those, why is that not in my cloud? That's not right. Huh. I guess I did not share that alert window. I thought I did. Let's try that again. New alert window. Search. So just always make sure when you're scanning for ETFs, BATS is checked because the VXX and several other ETFs are only on the BATS. All right, so we got that symbols list. Let's try this one more time. Only the following list. Select new high, new low. Let's try that again. There you go. That should be there now. That's strange. I could have sworn I shared it, but obviously I didn't. It's not there. It's not there. That's how it works. All right, so there you go. So we've got those for you there for anybody that wants that. What else? What else? What else? All right, I think we've caught up. Will we find you tomorrow on our favorite TI YouTube or somewhere else like yesterday? Well, it was on YouTube yesterday. This is what happened though. I start on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I launch from Zoom, and then I send it over a stream to YouTube. But Zoom was giving me trouble with the authentication security factor for everything that I was doing. So I launched late because Zoom was being a pain in my neck and I couldn't get into Zoom right away. And then that caused me issues when I tried to authenticate the key over to YouTube as well. So that's why there was a delay and a hang up with me getting over to YouTube yesterday. I think that's worked out now. For whatever reason, Zoom wanted me to re-authenticate, and I had to go through multiple emails because my Zoom account isn't with my regular email, and so I had to log into something else. And for anybody that runs multiple emails with multiple different softwares and authentication keys, you understand the nightmare that these things can be when, for some reason, it decides not to recognize your computer out of nowhere. So long and short of it, yes, I should be there no later than, let's say, 3:31 Eastern tomorrow on YouTube. All right, so let's see. We've got about 15 minutes and change, give or take, before I have to vamoose for the day. I think we've covered, some good stuff in here for sure. Q-Tech. So let's see, that's the last alert that came through this parabolic scanner at 138. So nothing else made a move after that. So, make of that what you will, but it is not a buyer's market. But again, I talked about Bollinger Bands and how a lot of people like to use them as a revision to the mean, and it works that way as well. We can see that here. We eventually did revert back and then broke down to the lower band on that stock. But we can also see broke this upper band and the price action kept going after breaking that upper band. So, if you ever run into John Bollinger, if you ever have the privilege, let him know that you know that. Superman. We're gonna need someone to save it. Look, we're headed to pre-pandemic highs at the nicest on the damage that's gonna be done. That's my quote unquote call. If I was putting on a suit and tie and going on one of those news shows that tries to sell you a bunch of garbage, no names to be named. We're headed for pre-pandemic highs. We're headed down here. I think we're headed somewhere in here. That's what I think. That's what a lot of smart people think. That's what a lot of technicians think. If you're on Twitter, if you're on any kind of whatever, you're going to hear people talking about pre-pandemic highs more and more over the next few days. I've been saying it for days. No, I didn't have any day trades today. There was a couple of things I liked. I just didn't pull the trigger. I should have pulled the trigger on Playboy today, to be honest. That was a great alert that came in for me, but I didn't pull it. There's nothing I could do about that. That should have been a no-brainer right here for me. Should have been absolutely a no-brainer. We took out this level here I was looking at and made a nice move, and that's about as clean for me as it gets. Really nice defined risk level. How could I not like that risk level? This range, that topping out range of yesterday / the low of today as a great stop. Just a really, really textbook for how I like the day trade. But anyways, Monday quarterbacking, hindsight being 2020. I did not take it. That was my clean setup of the day. And then, as I watched the market was just doing this, I just did not want to get involved in anything else after that. Just every buy being absolutely sold every time, grinding. At some point, we're going to get a relief rally. We're going to get a dead cat bounce, retrospect, dead cat bounce. All right. There's no way to know that till afterwards, but that's what will happen again. There's no news that's going to come out. There's nothing that's going to save this market from rolling over at this point outside of all the mega corporations on this planet deciding to send everybody a $5,000 check out of the goodness of their heart. And you and I both know that's about as likely to happen as, me flapping my arms and flying away. So with all that said, that's where we are. So anyways, that's, the short and skinny of all that. And again, I think all of you have heard me as a broken record. We measure targets. It's not an absolute, but, head and shoulders measure from the top of the head to the neckline. I think that's a fair measurement of the neckline, so that's, like I said, we're looking at that 370 level to start with, and then, we break down from there. I started off, this talking about Apple, but AMZN, Amazing's on, it's 40% off of its April highs. I mean, 40% off its April highs. All right. So again, that's where we're headed. Basically at pre-pandemic highs. Amazon's at pre-pandemic highs right now. So there we go. It's given up all the gains it had over 2 years, literally all of them over 2 years. All right. Facebook. All right. Pre-pandemic highs. All right. We're below pre-pandemic highs now. The hits just keep on coming. We went through all those tech stocks that popped, big time. Let's see, Zoom. I mean, Zoom, forget about it. We're almost there right now, I think, give or take. Yeah, we're there. So, what goes up must come down, all those things like that. Here's one that I looked at also today, doing my homework from yesterday. I thought, maybe Tanger Outlets, it's got a high short float. Short growth is negative, so that means the shorts have been covering and moving out. All right. I thought, were we working off a little bit of a base here? We're buying smiley faces. But nope, rejected right at this level it struggled with, not even whatever happened with earnings that were obviously liked, couldn't do anything for it, and it made that initial move up and just rejected hard off yesterday's high and adios. So it's not a market to take stocks home overnight. That's all there is to it, unless you've got a real reason, unless you really got some conviction in it. That's it. There's nothing else you could do as far as that goes. So, that's what I got to share with you today, folks. So fire any other questions you folks have for me, please fire those away. All right, so that's what we're looking at here right now, folks. And it happened that fast. In January, we were still talking about a lot of sectors that looked very strong here. And there's still possibly a shot at holding up this market that's was going off the the pandemic bear market. We even made new all-time highs right at the beginning of the year, and I don't think anybody thought it was unnormal for us to have this pullback, and then we had this bounce. And I think a lot of people thought, that have been dip buyers and everything, thought, same as it ever was, buy the dip, all that, but something underneath the market changed that, people weren't seeing at that time, or a lot of people weren't seeing as we were breaking down on this here. In hindsight, I was one of those people that thought, there's been no reason for us to go up in the past, so we're still going to continue to go up, after this. And I was wrong, because I definitely, I took some heavy losses at the beginning here on this bounce in this section right here. I took definitely some heavy swing losses. So it is what it is. But that's the beauty of being a technician, is you just flip the script just like that. And when we made this move down, I really said, this feels a little different than the last few times we sold off here. And when we made this rally back up, I was really a skeptic. And I said, if we don't get and hold 457, which we didn't right away. That was a big line that I was looking at in the SPY. And I said, I think it's game over for the bulls. And there we go. And I say the bulls, not that I'm a bear. I'm not a bull or a bear. I just, what are the charts telling me? You know, react fast to those charts. When the music's over, turn out the lights, as the Doors once sang. And you know, the music's over. Last one out, turn out the lights. Surprise switch they announced this AM. They got bought. Oh, really? That's been on my watch list for a long time. So, well, good for them. probably a good time to get bought out right now. You know, this thing was sitting and kept making new all-time highs. And honestly, this thing, you know, really held up through all this drubbing that we've been through, right up into this buyout. So interesting. Very interesting. And here's where we had this whole discussion about news earlier. Now ask yourself this: who knew about that buyout? Because look at that move, all right, before earnings even come in, all right, and how well this thing holds up in overall price action to the rest of the market. Someone knew something was coming in. You can't tell me they didn't know. But we were never going to know that. And so that's why, you know, the news is the news, you know. So sorry, just typing out a message. All right, so I guess that's, you know, let's see, we're at 425. I guess that's going to do it for today. I'm going to peel out of here a couple of minutes early to take off for softball game. I will be back here tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a Zoom day. I will make sure that I can log into Zoom a few minutes earlier than normally I do, just to make sure I don't have that hang up that happened yesterday causing those delays. And that's the short and skinny for me and the markets. Anything else, you folks always know, it's UPORT at trade-ideas.com. Get us there. All right, with any questions, comments, or concerns in the after hours, and we will get back to you as quickly as we can. And aside from that, please, you know, be safe, folks. If you don't have a plan, and I mean your plan is I share size because of this, I set my stops because of that, I exit my trades because to the upside because of this. That's a trading plan. Scanning gives you ideas. From those ideas, you form, you know, you execute the plan. If you don't have that plan, this is not the market to trade without a plan. You know, just that simple. And those that can weather this storm, you know, whether it's going to be a month, a year, 3 years, 3 months, whatever it is, that can weather this storm, the people that are standing that have cash positions afterwards and that understand how to look for trends and follow trends are going to be the ones that really benefit when the market does turn. You know, so do yourself a favor, understand trends, understand how to identify trends, okay? You know, Dow theory, nothing complicated. And, you know, anything in scanning can relate to Dow theory, you know, you know, price discounts everything. Literally the trend in price discounts everything. So that's my words of wisdom, folks. I will catch you tomorrow. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your Wednesday, wherever you are. And we will see you then. Take care.